Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome. It's qualifying day here on the opening round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. It's the Port Neches Riverfest, the 24th running of the Port Neches Riverfest, and we're going to kick things off every Saturday for qualifying like we do at every race all season long. It's the Texas Tri-Hulls, bumper boats at 65 miles an hour here on the shores of the Neches River. Unlike our Formula One and Formula Light classes, the Tri-Hull class uses a draw for the opening heat. They're going to run 4 qualifying heats, unlike the rest of our classes here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. And they also run a rolling start instead of our traditional modified Le Mans. Let's take a look at our starting lineup for the opening heat here in Texas Tri-Hull. All right, as he brings it way down to the north end of the course, these drivers are going to go 2 by 2 in a rolling start here on this 1-2-pin half-mile course here on the shores of the Neches River. The wind has picked up a little bit again here in the early afternoon, and it's going to make for some fun racing here in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. As they bring it down the front stretch, we look at on the outside of row 1. That's the 37 of Mason Rinker. One third of the Rinker racing team here in Texas Tri-Hull, along with his brother, the 52 of Tanner Rinker, and the 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker, the elder statesman of the Rinker racing family here. We've got the green flag ready to go. Jet Ski Jared pulls off. He drops a flag, and we're underway on the inside of row 1. That's the 12 Plantation Ace Hardware of Jack Schubert, rookie in 2024. Can he get moving here in 25? Oh, look out, Jack Schubert. He gets together with the 37 of Mason Rinker, hitting a huge roller down the front straightaway, going into turn number 1 here on the opening lap. A great move there by the 37 of Mason Rinker, sweeping way wide to the outside, clearing the 12 of Jack Schubert. And now here comes the 88 of Josh Wells up on him as the river starts to get rough. In behind him in third, that's the 69 of Cole Wearing, running that Bushauer Oil JH Performance machine, but right now finding the clear water. It is the 37 of Mason Rinker out of turn 1 down the north end, turn 2 down the north end, heading back south. Then now the 69 of Cole Wearing up into second, followed by the 88 of Josh Wells, the 17 of Neil Marsh, and the 54 of Darren Caddy Ware. Look at, there's our 3-time reigning champion, the 17 of Neil Marsh, inside on turn 2, now trying to go side by side with the 54 of Darren Ware and pick one more driver off as he drew a middle-of-the-pack starting position, making it a bit more difficult for our 3-time defending champion. But the man who had a rough up-and-down 2024 is trying to start off 25 the perfect way. Out in front, cruising right now is our leader, the 37 of Mason Rinker. Then there's the 17 of Neil Marsh. He's now up into third position, nipping on the heels of the 69 of Cole Wearing. And oh no, going dead in the water down there. It looks like, I don't know where that was. That's the north end of the course. The 13 of Grant Schubert, the man who took second last year, is dead in the water down to the north end of the course. And we've got our caution but not stop racing flag out to alert our drivers of the deadboat in the water. And they're going to have to navigate around, and boy, that is a scary place to be for the 13 of Grant Schubert, as he's just getting doused by driver after driver there, sitting dead on the north end of the course. Now we go back to that battle between the 17 and Neil Marsh. They're down on the south end in turn number 1. Marsh on the outside, the 69 of Waring in on the inside. They go deck to deck, side by side. It's 2-stroke versus 4-stroke as they air them out down the back straightaway. Oh, look out, Cole Waring. He gets it way high and almost blows it over. Coming down the backstretch, it is getting rough out here on the Neches River. The 17 of Neil Marsh, though, as he does very frequently, is able to get by and manage the waves and the rough water and move himself up into second position. Does he have enough time here in this, with 3 laps remaining in this 7-lap heat, to catch the 37 of Mason Rinker? There's the Mason Rinker already down the backstretch. You're going to see the 17 of Neil Marsh peek into screen there. Oh boy, and look out, that's the 3 of Austin Terry getting squirrely in the corner. He's a 14-year-old rookie, but 37 of Mason Rinker, everybody's got their hands full here on the Neches River as these Texas tri-hulls churn up this shipping channel on the eastern edge of Texas, right near the Louisiana border. About an hour and 45 minutes from Houston. Airing it out there, the 17 of Neil Marsh. He's giving it everything he's got as he goes down into turn 1. Beautiful turn into 1. Continuing to keep the 69 of Waring sitting in third in his rearview mirror. As we continue to push with the 17 of Marsh, you're going to see come from the left side of the screen as our leader, this 37 of Mason Rinker. As the white flag comes out, go fast, turn left for our driver from Houston, Texas. Getting by the 03 of Austin Terry, the 14-year-old rookie. Son of Formula One reigning champion Dustin Terry, the Houma, Louisiana native of Austin Terry, looking to make his mark in 2025. But our leader, the 37 of Mason Rinker, down the back straightaway, pushing hard, continuing to live on the limit. Here with that 100 cubic inch OMC powered Texas Tri-Hull, reaching speeds in excess of 65 miles an hour as he walks it wide out of turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together. Taking the opening heat in Texas Tri-Hull, number 37, Mason Rinker. And what a great run there by the 17 of Neil Marsh in second. And rounding out the podium here in qualifying heat number 1, the number 69 of Cole Waring in that Bushhauser Oil JH Performance boat. Behind him, the 88 of Josh Wells in fourth. In fifth, the 54 of Darren Caddy Ware. In sixth, the Walker Engineering sponsor, number 1 of Corey Walker. Then it's the 13 of Jack Schubert, the 12 of Jack Schubert, the 26 of Briston Sherman, the 10 of Jerry Rinker, and the 52 of Tanner Rinker, and then finally the 3 of Austin Terry. DNF in the opening round, the 13 of Grant Schubert, has that 4-stroke motor on the back, and they're going to go catch him before he floats to shore. But what a great run there by the 37 of Mason Rinker. He's got to feel very happy. I believe last year at this race, before the weekend is over, his motor was hanging by the cables, but it was in the water. It had completely broke itself off the back of the boat, was just hanging on by the cable. So a much better start to 2025 for the 37 of Mason Rinker. And that Rinker Boat World, Stephen Hall Law Firm, number 37 machine. There we take a look at our results from heat number 1. With a 6-second win over the 17 of Neil Marsh. That could be huge later on, because if we have a tie in points, fastest elapsed time gives you the tiebreaker over your competitor. Cole Waring in a brand new boat here in 2025, a very light layup and a much lighter driver, really putting in a lot of work in his off-season program, and it's showing here with a podium finish in opening qualifying heat. And then we've got the other end of the spectrum with the 52 of Tanner Rinker. He's struggling back there. And then the 13 of Grant Schubert, as well as, we call it Black Beauty, the 56 of Clint Dillard. I just watched them draining copious amounts of water out of the back of that tri-hull. He got doused early, and that ended his opening qualifying heat. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert, dejected and on the deck of his Texas tri-hull with Captain Mark Seafood, sponsor on the side. He's going to have to figure out what the heck happened. The only problem is he has significantly less time than the rest of our competitors to be able to get that thing dialed in, because he not only runs in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, he also races in Formula One. So double duty again in 2025 for the 13 at Grant Schubert, not necessarily starting off the way he wanted. As we prepare for our next qualifying heat here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, we're going to see the Formula One boats get back out on the water here in just a moment, but it's all about our sponsors here in 2025. They're what allow us to do this and come down here to this beautiful, picturesque city of Port Neches, Texas, here in southeastern Texas, right along the Gulf Coast. First and foremost, our title sponsor, Mercury Racing. The Mercury Racing 250 APX isn't just built for competition, it's proven. The 4.6-liter V8 powered outboard was the 2024 Formula One Powerboat champion, delivering the torque and acceleration race teams count on when it matters most. That's the power of the Apex platform from Mercury Racing. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop handling OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives, as well as new old stock for things like Yamaha, Evinrude, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboards. Don't worry about your Chris Craft. They got you covered there, too. With a vast inventory in Linwood, Washington, shipping over 100,000 packages annually. Find them online at seawaymarine.com. Again, your one-stop boat motor shop. Also, the Formula Lights presenting sponsor here in 2025. Racing Communications. Their radios for racing. Great partners for us since the inception of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Another one of our great partners and does a lot of marketing work for us, the great folks at Moto Marketing Group. Moto Marketing Group, accelerating brands for over 35 years. From developing some of the most famous boat race and team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Moto Marketing Group is your one-stop marketing shop for branding, vehicle wraps, websites, photography, print, and design. They do it all professionally for a great price. Check them out at motomarketinggroup.com. Seabolt Sports. Seabolt Sports has been your high-performance expert since 1939, with 3 generations of powerboat racing champions living the powerboat lifestyle. They specialize in F1 powerboats and high-performance outboards, working closely with Mercury Racing to provide performance parts for the everyday racer. Find them online at SeaboltSports.com or give them a call to get your motor tuned and get into the high-performance boating world at 573-216-1817. And, of course, VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Win every race with VP Racing. For 50 years, VP has been the choice of champions, delivering high-performance race fuels, lubricants, and coolants and additives to give you the power and performance you need. Whether you're on the track, mowing the lawn, or cruising in your boat, VP Racing Fuels brings you victory at every turn. And finally, JH Performance Boats. They are the boats that our sport rescue team that is our partner every race on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series and the best rescue team in the country, if not the world. They're all driving JH Performance Boats. They are a custom-made, classic, shallow water bay boat built from scratch, offering direct and personalized experience from start to finish. They provide exceptional service and support, having an unmatched reputation, while paying close attention to detail. With quality construction, expert knowledge, and outstanding performance, your only choice for your next bay boat is JH Performance Boats. Find them online at jhperformance.com. All right, those are our sponsors here in 2025. Locally, always a big shout-out to the great folks at the Neches Federal Credit Union. Been a big partner of Riverfest and ours for many years, hoping that it's many more years to come. But we're just getting the course set up. We're getting our Formula One boats out on the water here. We've got a couple of them loaded already, getting the rest of them loaded in here for the first of 3 qualifying heats here in the Formula One class. We saw the 52 of Chris, the real deal Rinker, make his way to the top spot in fast lap qualifying this morning. We showed that live on Facebook, hoping to do a little bit more Facebook and YouTube live streaming here today. So if we're staying with us on Facebook, thanks so much. Also, for those of you on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to our channel. Make sure you get those notifications for when we go live all season long. All right, looks like we are going to, I just got word, we were going to be going live on Facebook as well for the Formula One heats. So the Texas Tri-Hulls and the Formula Lights will be YouTube only, but for Facebook, we're also going to add a different social platform to just expand our reach. We know we've got a lot of folks that digest their social media and their content, as we call it today, on the Facebook platform. It is the, one of the original social media platforms, and with our array of fans spanning in age, we like to try to hit on multiple platforms, and we're super happy to have the Formula Ones running on Facebook as well as YouTube here this afternoon. Again, go to our YouTube channel, F1 Powerboat Racing, smash that subscribe button. You can find us on all the social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. We're going to be giving you all the live updates of everything going on here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. All right, we're going to take a quick minute break, let these last couple of boats get into the water, and we'll be right back with the opening qualifying heat in Formula One here at the 2025 Port Neches Riverfest, the opening round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship season. All right, we're just about to get the final few boats loaded here. We've got kind of a new setup here in 2025. You can see all our sponsorship buoys. You got the great folks at Mercury Racing, Seabolt Sports, JH Performance. Well, what that is our new, what we call pit row. So now, instead of having to wait for all the tri-hulls to come off before we load all the F1 boats, now we will bring the F1 boats are going to go down pit row. As you see, there's the 93 of RJ West going right in front of the Neches River wheelhouse. Down on the north end of the course, and they're going to mill out down there at the north end of the course while we get all the rest of the tri-hulls in. The tri-hulls are going to be outside of the course markers, which will allow, from a safety standpoint, for our Formula One drivers to do their warm-ups and get them lined up on the dock while we get the rest of the tri-hulls off of the water. Migrating from one class to another, as anybody who's been in powerboat racing will tell you, it is a difficult process. Unlike a car where you just start it up and drive it somewhere, you've got to wait for a trailer. It all depends on how many ramps you have. Granted, we've got 4 or 5, probably 4, maybe 6 different ramp lanes. In some places, like our next stop in Memorial Day weekend at the Red River Rumble, we'll be actually using cranes. Downtown, there is no ramping in Shreveport-Bossier on the Red River, so we will use a craning system, multiple cranes, to get all of our boats in and out of the water. What a beautiful day we have here. There's the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Ken, the driver from Nashville, Tennessee, running for Anderson Marine, and Low Car Performance finally get off the schneid and make 2025 his year. Second in 2022. He took second in 2023. He took second in 2024. The man is super good at taking second place. He's a consistent driver, very rarely wrecks, very under control. Can he maybe open it up just a little bit more here in 2025 and find himself at the end of our 6-race season the champion in Formula One? Today is going to be a big day to try to start that off in the right direction for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. All right, as we wrap up, getting our Formula One drivers on the water and our tri-hulls off the race course, let's take a little bit more about the unique dynamics of a Formula One powerboat racing machine.
Hi, my name's Tim Siebold, Managing Director of the F1 Powerboat Championship. I want to talk to you and show you what a Formula One boat is. This is our custom-made Formula One outboard. This hull has a catamaran design which traps air underneath the bottom of the boat, so you fly this boat as much as you drive it. You can see the tunnel in the bottom, and it helps lift the boat to give it the extreme performance that you see out on the water. They're very agile because minimum weight with the driver is only 1,175 pounds. Now add on top of that 265 horse engine, and that's going to get you from 0 to 100 in 5 seconds. So when a Formula One boat is running properly, you will trim it out, coming out of the corner, pack as much air underneath the tunnel as you can to lift the boat up to get it to accelerate. As you're picking up speed, you need to level the boat off and keep it on the water by trimming it down. When you're running at its maximum, there's only a foot of the boat in the water. When you come up to the turn, you trim it down, wet more of the running surface, pull a 7G corner, and you're immediately on the out button, trimming it up again to get the performance. Now, there is nothing stock about this boat. It is custom made, all infused carbon fiber. Our biggest concerns on the series is the driver safety. This particular boat has got a driver safety cell made out of infused carbon fiber, space-age materials for lightweight. This boat also has an airbag system. So if it were to go over and the driver's knocked out, a balloon comes out of this top section while the puffs on the back of the deck pop up, and it'll sink the back and float the driver out of the water until the safety crew can come and assist him. Data acquisition, so you know exactly what's going on with the fuel system, the engine, the boat, all simultaneously while you're trying to keep this thing on the water. It's a crazy amount of energy that you've got in here, but the thing I've always said is it's sustained concentration that you have to have. It's not like a football player where you're up for a play and then you get a chance to rest. You got to be on your toes, totally focused for the entire race. 17 minutes plus 1 lap. Hi, my name
All right, race fans, what a great piece there that was by Formula One Powerboat Championship Series CEO Tim Siebold. On top of that, one of the most decorated and most fantastic Formula One powerboat racers the world has ever seen. Part of that legendary Siebold family. Bill Siebold inducted into the Motorsports Hall of Fame with the likes of Cale Yarborough, Dale Earnhardt, and some of the other top drivers from across the United States. There's the 14 of Andrew Tate. That's that Phenom Ventures. That's a DAC hull built by Guido Cappellini over in Italy. It's one of the dominant forces on the European series. Probably about half the drivers over there drive them. Now, we have our own manufacturers here, so we've got a bit more of a variety of our Formula One hulls. This is a DAC. The 52 of Chris Rinker, who you'll see out there a little bit later today, or excuse me, he's out there now. The 52 of Chris Rinker, that's a Moore-built hull. That's built in France. So we've got an Italian boat, a Danish boat. The Danish boat's the number 40 of Austin Cheatham, as he's running that Molagard machine. And we've got the Moore, and we've got a couple of Americans. There's that French-designed hull. Notice they've almost got, like you see in the Formula One or the Indy cars today, that halo ring of structural support above the windshield. The whole entire windshield used to lift open, and you will still see that on some of our drivers. Notably, the 98 of Aiden Benton is one that will have that full lid that opens up, windshield and all. They did this for, you can see, notice, two different built boats, but very similar halo design on the cockpit, and that is to really wrap that driver in structural support and protection so that they can really feel safe, because the safer they feel in the cockpit, the harder they're able to push it. And it looks like we just saw green flags, so we're going to do hot laps here in the Formula One class as we get the rest of the tri-hulls off the water. And I'm going to try to get the 37 of Mason Rinker down here to chat before we line up our Formula Ones. All right, looks like we're hoping to still have a chance to chat with our winner in qualifying heat number one, the 52 of the 37 of Mason Rinker, and see how good that's got to feel to get off on the right foot here in Texas Tri-Hall. Well, and those guys lean on the right foot all the way to the floor, so I guess you'd say pun intended. There's the 24 Neches Federal Credit Union Clover Construction of Spencer Love. If you remember that view right there about 5 years ago, rolling start, 3 laps left, he came around that corner and hit a 16-foot log submerged about 8 inches under the water, and he went from having a fantastic start and very likely on the way to a win, and in 5 seconds he went from that to DNF and 17th out of 19 boats in that run. That was a rough one for him. He doesn't want to remember it anymore. He probably is going to yell at me later for bringing it up. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert. Can he have a better running here in Formula One for Captain's Jacks, or is he going to continue to fight gremlins like he has in the Texas Tri-Hull class? We've got our winner for 37 of Mason Rinker. He's out of the water now. Hopefully he's going to come up here and check. All right, again, we're going to run a modified Le Mans start here in the Formula One class. A little bit different than you just saw in Texas Tri-Hull. We haven't seen it yet today. What is modified Le Mans? Well, a Le Mans start is when, much like the Formula One car runs a Le Mans start. So the motor's on, but it's in neutral. It's not in gear. Well, we have to modify that because a tunnel boat does not have neutral. It does not have reverse. These are not fishing motors, right? Now in Texas Tri-Hull, you can go in reverse. Not that they ever would, but you can. Here on the Formula One class, as well as the Formula Lights, there is no reverse. So we, in tunnel boat racing, devised what we call the modified Le Mans start. What does that mean? Well, that means these boats are lined up on the start pontoon. And so as we see the boats kind of coming in here, there's the reigning champion, the one of Dustin Terry, coming in a lineup on the start pontoon. So we get everybody lined up, and they'll be at almost a 45-degree angle off of the boat with their motor near the dock, the front of the boat, the cockpit as far away from the dock as it can be. And joining me now, we're going to have the 37 of Mason Rinker. What a great run it was for him, that young driver. But on the modified Le Mans start, they start with their motor off. We count down from 1 minute in 10-second increments down to 20 seconds. At 20 seconds, we're going to go under starters' orders. And if you're here locally, right in front of me, if you're watching online, right to the left, essentially, if the camera were to pan left, you would see our rescue boat in the middle of the course. That rescue boat also has our starter. Our starter is going to raise a flag. As soon as he moves that flag, you're going to hear these 4.6-liter V8s and 2.5-liter V6 come roaring to life and screaming off the dock here. But first, let's chat with a man who came out and ran it like he stole it in heat number 1, the 37 of Mason Rinker. Well, Mason, a lot better start to 25 than 24. Huh, my friend?
I'll take it. It's a great way to start the season, and hopefully we can keep it up. It was a great race. They tried to make it hard on me right there in that first turn, but we made it through, and everybody was in the dust after that.
Yeah, let's talk about that. It looked like the 12 of Jack Schubert did that Ace Hardware machine, hit a monster roller and almost ended up on the top of your deck. It seemed like maybe you were going to get knocked out before you even got one lap in.
Yeah, there was a huge roller right there that first turn. I saw Jack hit it and go sky high. I was lucky enough to trim down before that, and I was able to keep control of it, turn left, and punched it. Ended up right in the turn.
Yeah, and you made it through that turn very cleanly, and it seemed like that was really all you needed because you and everybody else out there for the rest of the heat was just trying to keep these things from going over. Talk about how difficult the wind was out there today because it seemed like it was really airing everybody out. Not only you, but we saw the 69 of Cole Warren trying to chase you down, almost blow it over backwards.
It's a lot easier when you're out front. I can only imagine the guys in the back how they were feeling because it was rough out there.
Right now, obviously, this is a special place for you. You know, there's been a lot of lineage of Rinkers standing on top of the boxes here at Port Neches and Tri-Hall and Formula One. Obviously, there's some big things have gone on in the Rinker family. What would it mean to you to be able to step on the top spot of that box like your dad has, like your grandpa has, like so many of the members of your family have here in Port Neches?
It'd be awesome to get my name up there as well as a lot of other people in the family. I haven't got a first place yet, so still chasing that dream, and hopefully we can make it true this weekend. Absolutely,
man. And, in the American Powerboat Association, we have a tradition, right? When you get your first, they dunk you in the water of where you want it, and it'd probably feel pretty good to be able to get dunked in the water here in Port Neches like many other members of your family.
After this long weekend, we might all need it.
There we go. Well, hey, man, I'll let you get back to it. Congratulations. You got 2 more heats today, 1 more tomorrow before your big final, but you couldn't have started it off on a better note.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the 37 of Mason Rinker, our winner in qualifying heat number 1 in the Texas Tri-Hull class. He came out early, snuck by the 12 of Schubert, and said, "See you later, guys. I'm out," and went running wire to wire and took the checkered flag in qualifying heat number 1. All right, looks like we've got everybody lined up here on the start pontoon as we are just moments away from the opening qualifying heat here in Formula One. As we're getting the last few boats lined up here, let's take a look at our starting lineup. The man who went sub 29 seconds, the fastest lap in our fast lap qualifiers earlier today, running for Gregory Law Firm and Rinker Boat World. They call him the real deal. Number 52, Chris Rinker. To his right, I would call him a nemesis to the 52 of Rinker. They have done battle many a time. No more notably than right here last year. We're on lap 17. The power steering went out on the 52 of Chris Rinker. It caused him to make 1 momentary lapse. And the 93 of RJ West jumped on top of him. He comes second off the start pontoon. And that Mooten CSR, Chuck Skelton Racing, sponsored machine. Third off the dock. Can he make 2025 the year of the man in blue? He's got the Fu Manchu rocket. He's got Anderson Marine and Low Car Performance, excess power batteries, sponsoring that beautiful blue and black, all composite Hoffman Formula One with the number 17 of Dylan Anderson behind the wheel, coming third off the start pontoon here in qualifying heat number 1. Behind him, it's been a rough couple of weeks. He had an accident in our testing tune last weekend. They thrashed all week long to get that boat back together. And wouldn't you know it, he still finds himself qualifying in the top 5 with that number 1 on the side, the Outlaw F1 lead driver out of Houma, Louisiana, coming fourth off the start pontoon, number 1, Dustin Terry. Fifth off the start pontoon, the man from Michigan. He's a hydroplane driver. He's a Grand Prix driver. He races boats with car motors. He races boats with boat motors. He races boats with helicopter motors in them. They call him Tater. He's out of Canton, Michigan, running for Phenom Ventures, the number 14 of Andrew Tate. 6 off the start pontoon, and that Captain Mark Seafood, the number 13 of Grant Schubert. 7th, 99 of Travis Yates, the third of 4 Outlaw F1 drivers here in the F1 class. In 8th, the man running for Neches Federal Credit Union. Moving over to the APX 4-stroke 250 V8 here in 2025, the number 24 of Spencer Love. In 9th, the number 8 of Jeremiah Get Out of My Way Mayo, probably the lowest qualifying I have seen from that young driver in his Formula One career to this point outside of any wrecks. So he knows he's got to have a hard, long day ahead of him. And then in 10th position, the number 98 of Aiden Benton. Benton running in that Acadian Ambulance Services River Sports Recreation sponsored entry, the driver out of Ontario, Canada. And behind him in 11th position, running in that JH Performance Machine Groves Equipment Rental locally on the side, out of Waller, Texas, the number 40 of Austin Cheatham. And then rounding out the field, the number 92 of Dean Comer, the other half of the Chuck Skelton Racing team, also running here locally for Mountain Development Group and Chuck Skelton Racing, Mr. Bowie as well, the 92 of Dean Comer. Now, I did just get word, because the 98 of Aiden Benton is still under his rookie probationary status, he has now been moved to the back of the dock. The 40 of Austin Cheatham, being in a 3-year hiatus and unable to make our test and tune last weekend due to being ill, has chosen to start this heat last off the start pontoon. Not a terrible move for somebody who's just kind of getting their feet back underneath them and is obviously lacking maybe a little bit of that preparation that he was hoping to get at our test and tune last weekend in Freeport, Texas, but was unable to attend due to a pretty severe illness that I'm just happy he was able to make it here after getting through it. But he's the final boat on the start pontoon. We've got him lined up, and we are just a moments away from our 1-minute countdown. All right, we got him lined up. You can imagine the adrenaline pumping, the hearts pounding, the thoughts running through these drivers' head. I got to get on the trim button right away. I got to make sure I fire immediately as that flag moves. I've got to get through the infield. Inside the middle of our race course, we have what we call a gate system, meaning if you're in this position to this position, you go between these two buoys. If you are further down the starting order, you go outside of those two buoys. We do this to create and keep lane integrity through the first turn. Those of you who have watched a lot of Powerboat racing know that you can wad things up real bad in turn 1, and we don't want to do that. But let's see who's going to take qualifying heat number 1 here in the Formula One class at the opening round of 2025. Waiting for Chief Referee Doug Ray to analyze all the drivers and ensure that they're in the proper order, proper spacing, and that everything is going to be safe to ensure we get a great start here in the opening of 3 qualifying heats in Formula One. The wind clipping here, running at probably about 10 to 15 miles an hour. It's going to create a decent amount of chop here. It's going to be quite rough on the Neches River. Who is going to be able to take command of the rough, deep water here on the eastern shores of the eastern border of Texas, right next to Louisiana, just south of Beaumont, about an hour, 45 minutes east of Houston. Beautiful day, 82 degrees, partly cloudy. You could not ask for a better Saturday afternoon for some high octane powerboat racing here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. All right, looks like we've got all our referees are giving us we're good to go. Coming up on the 1-minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Can the 52 of Chris Rinker use that 2-stroke with all that punch to get out in front? Or will the 93 of RJ West and his powerful V8 eclipse him? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. That 93 of RJ West and that 4-stroke is sandwiched between two strokes. The 17 of Dylan Anderson coming third. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Will our reigning champion be able to get off the dock after a big wreck last weekend and get out front early? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or could it be the 14 of Andrew Tate, the 13 of Grant Schubert, the 99 of Travis Yates, or the rest of the field? Let's find out who's going to take qualifying heat 1. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starter's orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag and they come roaring to life. What a great jump there by the 17 of Dylan Anderson as they work their way down through the middle of the course. Let's going to see who's going to get down into turn 1. The 93 of RJ West and the 52 of Chris Rinker on the far left corner there. They go down into turn 1. West leaves him a ton of room. Great job there. The 52 of Chris Rinker is going to come out in the clean water early, but he's got nipping on his heels. He's got that big 93 with that V8 on the back, hauling down the front straightaway. There's the 52 of Rinker, followed by the 93 of West. All right, as we continue to fight hard, the 52 of Rinker now starting to open up a little bit of a lead over the 93 of RJ West. This is exactly what the Rinker Racing team needed. You know, big thing here for the Rinker family. Their patriarch, John Rinker, God rest his soul, 93 years young, finally passed away this week. We lost one of our dearest friends, and I know right now that every single ounce of energy and focus is dedicated to bringing home a checkered flag, hopefully in both classes that Rinker run here at the Neches Riverfest in 2025. But look at him dancing it through turn 3, sweeps it tight off of turn number 4, now heads back south, down out of turn number 4, across the start-finish line in this 7 minutes plus 1 lap opening qualifying heat here in Formula One. As he makes his way down the front straightaway, you see the rest of the field pushing hard. Sitting in second, there's RJ West, then the 17 of Dylan Anderson, as these first 3 boats are really starting to spread out from one another. And the 1 of Dustin Terry is trying to fight hard, but look at the 92 of Dean Comer. He started 11th, guys, or 10th. He's in 4th. What a run by the second boat on the CSR team. There's his teammate, the 93 of RJ West, who's 3.5 seconds behind our leader, the 52 of Chris Rinker. Now let's take a look. There's the 92 of Comer. Where did this guy come from? Out of nowhere with a brutal 2024. He's really got it turned on here in 2025 in the opening qualifying heat. Can he continue that? As you see there, our reigning champion, the 1 of Dustin Terry, sneaks into our view as he's trying to creep up on the inside and do battle with the 92 of Dean Comer as they slug it out for 4th here in this opening qualifying heat. We're going to stick with this battle for a little bit there. There's Comer, comes tight out of turn number 4. It's APX 250 versus APX 250. 4-stroke v 4-stroke. We've got 12 drivers, 7 4-strokes here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Boy, it really sure looks like the day of the 4-stroke might be here in tunnel boat racing in the United States. There's our champion, the 1 of Dustin Terry from 2024. Pushing hard, but the 92 of Dean Comer doing a fantastic job of holding him at bay as they continue to push. There's the 1 of Terry now sweeping it wide out of turn number 4, coming back down the front stretch. He looks into his rear mirror and he sees the 14 of Andrew Tate sitting in 6th as they continue to push hard. There's the 1 of Terry now. He's starting to eye up Comer and he just cannot close that gap. What a great run so far by the man out of Monrovia, California. He's a firefighter, 9 to 5 Monday through Friday, so he understands what pressure's like. Oh, look out there, Dustin Terry. He almost snapped it down and stabbed turn number 4 buoy. That is not what that driver would have wanted to see, but great job of hanging it together. Look at him tiptoe down the front straightaway, trying to stay ahead of the 14 of Andrew Tate. Oh, no, we got a flag out on the race course. Oh, no, we got a boat over down on the back straightaway. What happened? It looks like we had a big old blowover as we were watching for the 14 of Andrew Tate. I can't tell who that is, but it looks like it might be the 13 of... Oh, no, that's the 93. Is that the 93 of RJ West? Did the 93 of RJ West just blow over in the opening qualifying heat? That is not something I have ever seen from the driver out of Manteca, California. And that it might mean a very long weekend for the Chuck Skelton Racing Team. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I apologize to fans on YouTube or Facebook, wherever you're at. We were just following other pieces of the race. The 93 of RJ West and the 52 of Chris Rinker had really started to separate themselves from the field. But we talked about the wind, and that wind is real gnarly out there. And, boy, it really took him for a ride out the back straightaway. There's Jet Ski Jared, part of our rescue team here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, part of the sport rescue team. And look at that. They've got that boat already up. Driver is out and okay. I mean, he's safe. He's mentally probably not okay right now. He's probably very, very upset with himself, considering he was going to collect some fantastic points. Second in the opening qualifying heat is not something to be upset about. But he is a perfectionist. The 93 of RJ West is somebody who will always push for perfection and push hard to try to refine and get better every lap. And he was trying to chase down the 52 of Rinker. He knew that he did it to him last year. He was hoping to do it to him again here in the opening qualifying heat and set the tone for today's qualifying. And it looks like it may very well just be a long, long night in the pits for the Chuck Skelton Racing Team. Thankfully, here's another benefit of that four-stroke. When that boat goes over, and the computer on board knows that the boat has been in an accident. It knows that it's underwater. And when it does that, it seals itself tight, locks itself up. It does that to protect the motor. Now, why is that beneficial? Well, this is brackish water here on the Neches River, right? There's no way to not get any of that salt water flowing back up current with all the commercial traffic. And that brackish water is absolutely a nightmare, right? Salt water is terrible for tunnel boats. Well, that motor is going to completely lock itself up, not allowing any of that salt water to get into the motor. So while it's going to be an arduous task and it's going to be a long one, it's going to, hopefully we can see the 93 of West maybe not make it back today, but potentially tomorrow for the third and final qualifying heat, and then the main event tomorrow afternoon. And he's got the skill to come from 6th, 7th, and get up there and start fighting for a top spot on the box here in Formula One. But wow, I'm just bummed that we didn't get it. I really thought that we were about to go back to Rinker and West and kind of check in on them, because they had pulled away from the field, and we had such a good battle for third and fourth between fourth and fifth between Dean Comer and Dustin Terry, that's where we had put our focus. And of course, while we turned our focus, the man who has, I don't know if he has ever wrecked in a F1 boat that I've announced, especially going over like that. It's not something he does. He prides himself in understanding how to live right on that edge without going over. And unfortunately, he was a little miscalculated today. He was just his calculations were a little off today as he was out there running, trying to track down the 52 of Chris, the real deal Rinker. Well, we got about 4 minutes left. I'm waiting for Chief Referee Doug Ray, as well as the rest of our leadership team, to make a determination here if we're going to go dock start, rolling start, or if we've reached enough that we're going to conclude qualifying heat number 1. I'm just waiting to hear back from Chief Referee Doug Ray right now on that fact. All righty. Well, not necessarily the way we like to end it, but because we had eclipsed the 2/3 mark here in our Formula One opening qualifying heat, and based on the time schedule for today, we are going to be buttoning up just a couple minutes shy of its 7 minutes plus 1 lap race here in the opening heat for Formula One. So, ladies and gentlemen, winning opening heat number 1 was the man out in front, the 52 of Chris Rinker. Now what happens to second, because the 93 of RJ West caused the wreck? Well, by causing the stoppage, he is going to be penalized 1 lap. So you see here our results from qualifying heat number 1. In second now moves up the 17 of Dylan Anderson. God, he loves second place. I've never met somebody who finds themselves in second place more frequently than the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Behind him, hey, you know what? At least one of the Chuck Skelton Racing Team machines got up on the box here in qualifying heat number 1. That's the other half of the team. Their number 2 driver, the 92 of Dean Comer, finishing 3rd. Dustin Terry, after a big week of repairing his boat, he gets up into 4th. In 5th, we find the 14 of Andrew Tate. In 6th, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. 7th, the 13 of Grant Schubert. In 8th, the 99 of Travis Yates. In 9th place, the 24 of Spencer Love. Rounding out the top 10, the Ontario native, the 98 of Aiden Benton. And rounding out the field here, the number 40 of Austin Cheatham. And behind him, the man who wrecked to put the stoppage on qualifying heat number 1, the number 93 of RJ West. So that was a rough go for the 93 of West. Not something he's really used to. It's not something that he's had to deal with a whole lot lately. And, you know, and I talk about how rough the river is. For those of you here locally, make sure you hop onto our YouTube channel or Facebook. Make sure you subscribe. This is some of the similar wind conditions we were dealing with yesterday in testing before that big storm rolled in here last night. And the 29 of Jared Jensen, if you haven't seen him and you're like, hey, where's the 29 of Jensen? Well, this is exactly why. He's not here with us. He's already headed back to Colorado. They got to completely de-rig that boat and put it all back together. But he blew that thing way over coming down the front straightaway. And if we watch that replay one more time, you can see that moment here in slow-mo. If we get back to that clip of the 29 of Jared Jensen yesterday in testing, right, he bumps it and right about there. As soon as you see that nose lift, at that point, the 29 of Jared Jensen, again, for those of you here locally in Port Neches, make sure you go to our YouTube channel, subscribe to our channel, and you can see right on your phone the blowover that happened yesterday right here on the Neches River that I'm talking about. The 29 of Jared Jensen just went for a ride, and that's what happens in tunnel boat racing. That's exactly what happened to the 93 of RJ West. He got it to a certain point. He thought he had one more bump. Right, and when I say bump, that's what the drivers refer to their trim buttons. So these drivers on their steering wheel have an up and down trim, which moves the motor vertically up and down. They also have an in and out, which changes the pitch or the angle of that motor. And that angle allows them to lift the front of the boat up, pack all that air underneath it, and that lifts the boat out of the water and allows it to ride with a much lighter profile, allowing for maximum torque on the propeller, which is how these boats get going so fast. And he probably hit that button one too many times, and away he went. Got to be frustrating for the 93 of RJ West. Coming up next here at the opening round of 2025 here at the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series will be the Formula Lights, the precursor to the Formula One class. These two-stroke, two-cylinder OMC outboards, 45 cubic inch, are a master feat of engineering as they run fishing motors on the back of these 14.5-foot-long tunnel hulls. But joining me now before we get the Formula Lights is another member of the Rinker Racing Team. So clean sweep so far through qualifying. Boy, man, joining me now, the 52 of Chris Rinker. Chris, you told me yesterday you had something in store for him, and you dang near went sub 28 seconds in fast lap qualifiers. But I imagine you knew, I got to beat these 4 strokes to the first pin, because if I can, they're not going to get around me. And you showed that out here in Heat 1.
Yeah, it was a hell of a start. I mean, got to the past the commitment, and RJ's kind of rolling up on my side, and he keeps kind of creeping up a little bit, and I'm just like, oh shit, I got to stay in this thing. I got to stay in it, and luckily, I mean, held it all the way to the pin, and he went out a little bit and left me a nice lane, and it was good. I mean, I'm dedicating this race to John Rinker, and it feels really good to qualify on the pole and to win that heat race.
It's almost like he's down there and he's just like, boop. There you go.
Yeah.
That might not be the terminology that he might have used,
exactly.
But right, he's looking down and you almost feel like that aura that he's like, hey man, I got you, I'm here. I know, the patriarch of the Rinker family. We've talked about how many people he has influenced. You just as much, if not more, than almost the majority of them. But, boy, how windy is it out there? Because that backstretch looks like it's gnarly. I mean, we don't normally see the 93 of R.J. West on his head, and here we are as he was trying to track you down.
I mean, it's definitely a headwind that's hard to play with. You kind of get the boat to settle a little bit, and then it starts climbing. You settle it a little bit, and then it starts climbing. Further down that back straightaway you get, the heavier the lift because of the speed. So, I mean, I'm seriously battling it the whole way down that straightaway.
Now let's talk about this, right? You've got a little bit of a different boat compared to a lot of the guys here. You've got a French-built Moore hull, right? A lot of those designed to run on larger bays and saltwater over in Europe, in the Middle East, and Asia. Do you believe that the attitude of your Moore, maybe over some of the other boats that have more of a nose-up, flighty type of attitude of the boat, much like those composite crafts that the 93 of R.J. West was driving, do you feel that's going to give you an advantage if we continue with these types of conditions?
Yeah, I mean, I have 100% confidence in my Moore. I mean, that's key when you're out there. I mean, it's a very forgiving boat. I've had it up in the air. You've seen me scare a few people.
Yeah.
And I can get it back down pretty easy and get back into it. So, I think it is designed to run through rough water. It is designed to go through these turns like no other. I mean, as you guys can see, I go through these turns unafraid, and sometimes that'll bite you. But
fair.
And I've had that happen, but I have 100% confidence in it.
Right on. Well, now let's talk about the rest of today and going into tomorrow. You've done what everybody else wanted to do, right, which is collect those top box points in Heat 1. But now the real work starts because you got to go all the way to the last off the start pontoon. You got to get by all these big V8 4-strokes. What's your game plan going into the next heat where you've got to really showcase that next phase of you as a driver? You've shown getting how you can get out front and be fast. Now you got to run through everybody in the field. You think you can do it?
Oh, yeah, I have no doubt. I mean, we just got to take each pass, as they come. Some you're going to have to take on the inside, some you're going to have to take on the out. I'm going to try to run outside as much as I can, but depends on where they're at,
Absolutely, man. Well, hey, I'm going to let you get back and relax a little bit. You and your son Mason can enjoy both of you guys snapping off of that checkered flag in qualifying heat number 1. Allow you guys to get back in the pits and get dialed up for qualifying heat number 2.
Thank you, Thomas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was your winner from qualifying heat number 1. They call him the real deal, the number 52 of Chris Rinker. Can he get the top spot on that box here in Formula One for the first time in his career? Can he do it here in Port Neches where it was snatched away from him last year? And can he do it dedicating to his grandfather and the patriarch of the Rinker family who's introduced hundreds of individuals to the steering wheel of a high-performance racing machine? He's got a lot of factor on his side, but he's got a lot of racing left to go, and he's got to figure out how to dial it in and pull it off here in the opening round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. All right, well, coming up next is our Formula Lights class, and our Formula Lights class is sponsored by Seaway Marine. Since 1957, Seaway Marine has been your one-stop shop, specializing in both current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts, including those called hard-to-find new old stock, meaning new parts made for old motors. If you need them, they got them. Servicing trusted brands like Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboards. They also handle OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drive parts, including those tough-to-find ones for your Chris Craft. The vast inventory warehoused in Linwood, Washington, ships over 100,000 packages annually, supported by their knowledgeable staff, and they pride themselves on their superior customer service. Contact them for all your marine part needs at 425-416-4006 or online at seawaymarine.com. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. Mercury Racing. Speed meets craftsmanship. Mercury Racing. Propellers are hand-tuned for top-tier performance and durability. If you're chasing max speed and precision on the water, find your perfect prop at mercuryracing.com. VP Racing Fuels. Win every race with VP Racing. For 50 years, VP Racing has been the choice of champions, delivering high-performance racing fuels, lubricants, coolants, and additives to give you the power and performance you need. Whether you're on the track, mowing the lawn, or cruising in your boat, VP Racing Fuels gives you victory at every turn. Find VP Racing's championship-winning products at your local retailer or online at vpracingfuels.com. Win every race with VP Racing. Racing Communications. They're radios for racing. Seabold Sports. They have been your high-performance experts since 1939. With 3 generations of champions living the powerboat lifestyle, they specialize in Formula One powerboats and high-performance outboards, working closely with Mercury Racing to provide performance parts for the everyday river racer. Find them online at SeaboldSports.com or give them a call at 573-216-1817. And Moto Marketing Group. Accelerating brands for over 35 years, from developing some of the most famous boat and race team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Moto Marketing Group is your one-stop marketing shop for branding, vehicle wraps, websites, photography, print design, and more. They do it all professionally and for a great price. Find them online at motomarketinggroup.com or on all their social media platforms. And finally, the great folks at Snap-on Tools. What else can you say about the best tool there is for any of your mechanic needs? Snap-on Tools. All right, we've got our Formula Ones off, and we're waiting for our final Formula Lights to get loaded into the water here for the opening qualifying heat in Formula Lights that saw the 35 of Mark Schmierbach go sub 27 seconds, with the 21 of Jose Mendaña Jr. right on his heels, as well as the 69 of Jared Wallach, the young driver out of California running for Peterson Racing, and our defending series champion. Looks like we've got a theme here, starting fourth, just like our driver in Formula One, the number 12 of Tridon Schleicher. All right, our last few boats, the 17 of Chris Hughes, the 66 of Randy Parch, and that Liquid Revolutions anti-gravity battery sponsored machine are the final 2 boats to go in, and then we're going to get the hot laps running and line these Formula Lights up in their modified Le Mans start to kick off qualifying here at the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Opening round, it's the Port Neches Riverfest. All right, race fans, we've got hot laps rolling as these Formula Lights look to do some damage here on the shores of the Neches River. Who is going to come out on top? Will, our pole sitter, the highly decorated 35 of Mark Schmierbach, win another Riverfest here in 2025? That Pizza Inn on the side. He's got a teammate here in 2025. Team owner Brandon Bobalik has stepped into the second hull on the B&B Racing team, and that number 60 all-white Pizza Inn. He's going to be starting from the back of the dock because he's a rookie here in 2025, but he was at our test and tune last weekend in Freeport, Texas, and boy, what an amazing job he did for a rookie. I think he's going to turn some heads here in the Formula Lights class. And, boy, we might have to have the second running of hashtag not a rookie. He is a rookie, but he sure doesn't drive like one. Right now you can see there that's 21 of Jose Mendaña Jr., the nemesis of Mark Schmierbach. These two have been doing battles for a very long time. And, boy, we're going to have a doozy between those two. And then you see just to his right, that's the Peterson Racing Latitude Dispensary-sponsored entry of Jared Wallach, the driver out of Redondo Beach, California, hiring a new driver in 2025 after parting ways with Tyler Peterson at the end of the 2023 season. They took a hiatus in 2024 to secure a new driver and are back here in 2025 with that all-red Molagard and that two-cylinder 45 cubic inch Johnson on the back. Again, Formula Lights brought to you by Seaway Marine here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. As we get the rest of our drivers lined up here, we've got about half of them on the start pontoon, getting them lined up nice and tight here as they're going to run through the middle of the course in this modified Le Mans start. All right, it's coming now as we get the rest of the lineup. You can see all our great sponsor buoys there. That's our pit lane right next to the shore. Our camera located way on the north end of the course, just in front of the brand new restaurant here on the Neches River. Beautiful two-story facility built right next to, giving the Neches River Wheelhouse a little run for its money and some competition here for all the recreational boaters and Formula One Powerboat Championship Series enthusiasts who have joined us here to the shores of the Neches River right in beautiful Port Neches, Texas. All right, we've got the last few boats are getting lined up here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more boats here in this Formula Lights class to get lined up on the start pontoon. There you see that white boat. That is the lone new boat from the last couple of years built in Formula Lights. There were a lot of boats built around that 2008 to 2014 time frame here in Formula Lights. And so a lot of the drivers have been continuing to use those. But the 24 of Shelby Love, eldest daughter of Formula One driver Spencer Love, is in an all-white, full-carbon Hoffman-designed Formula Light. And the cool thing about the Hoffman Formula Light is it is literally just a shorter version of the Formula One boat. He makes one mold, and he takes both boat out of one mold. And the really unique thing is the rear cowling, which is the piece where so they can have access to the fuel, the electronics in the center section of the boat. That rear cowling extends over the motor cowling. Now you'll see the 69 of Jared Wallach is that a little bit, where it comes all the way back to where the motor sits. But the 24 of Shelby Love, that goes all the way almost to the back of the motor. There you see the Mike Scott Plumbing sponsored team trying to wrangle their other driver. That's the man out of Ocala, Florida, that 26 of Steve Lee. That is actually a brand new boat, so I misspoke. But that is a boat that was built by the patriarch of the Mendana Racing Enterprises, Jose Mendana Sr., the man who's made his home in Miami, Florida, for many a year, is a fantastic builder of boats. Was a fantastic driver of the Formula Lights boats, and he put together, I call it a bit of a Frankenstein. It's part Pugh, which were boats that were built and designed by Gary Pugh for about 25 years, no longer building those boats. But he was able to take some of the bottom molds off the bottom design of that Pugh boat and marry that with the boats that used to be built by a gentleman by the name of Bruce Borquin out of California. They were called Grand Prix boats. The Mendanias acquired the Grand Prix molds. They were able to acquire a bottom mold from Pugh and create their own Mendana racing hull here in 2025, piloted by the number 26 of Steve Lee in that all silver and gray number 26 machine. He's getting lined up back there along with the 60 of Brandon Bobalik and the 78, another one of those Danish-built Molagard hulls. You can see how gnarly the wind is here. They are really fighting the downriver current, trying to, again, we want these boats to be pointed at a 45-degree angle upriver. The wind's out of the north, the current's coming from the north, making it very difficult to hold these boats in position here as they get ready to roll in our first of 3 qualifying heats here in Formula Lights. We've got one final driver to get on the start pontoon. That is the man from San Antonio, Texas, the number 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. Gildermaster, a rookie a couple of years ago, been on a part-time schedule with us for most of the last couple of years, hoping to see the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster make all 6 events here in 2025. Actually out of Spring Branch, Texas, not San Antonio, but fairly close, just a few hours west of the Houston Metro. All right, he's going to take one last crack on trying to get lined up. Again, he's at the end of the start pontoon, and it is very difficult to get that boat in because he's just got such a small window to get that boat on the very last bit of the start dock. You can see, for those of you joining me from our live stream, you'll see the number 60 of Bobalik just behind the blue, right? Just being covered up by that Mercury Racing. There's the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. He is literally on the very end of the dock. If there's anything goes wrong, you might end up seeing one of his crew members in the water, as we've now finally got them all lined up and ready to rock and roll for this 7 minutes plus 1 lap qualifying heat here in Formula Lights. Sorry about that. Just had to remind my race teams that I can't see the race if they're standing in front of me. So once we see these boats come dropping off the dock, you're going to see all of our support crews sit down so that you, as the fans out there, wherever you are across the world, thank you so much for being with us today. Whether you're hanging out in Western Europe and it's the early evening, or if you're over in Asia, maybe up late or up real early on Sunday morning watching us, or wherever you are across the United States, Canada, or anywhere in the world, we always appreciate you guys hanging out with us and enjoying some of the, if not the best, tunnel boat racing series in the world here in 2025. We've got 3 fantastic classes with unbelievable competition from beginning to end in every single class, at every single race, in every single heat we do all year. And this, here at round 1, is just the beginning. All right, now looking for a cue from Chief Referee Doug Ray again here in the Formula Lights. This is a modified Le Mans start, just like we do in Formula One. So these two-cylinder, 45 cubic inch OMCs will be completely shut off. And when we go down from 1 minute to 20 seconds, once they go under starters' orders, we're going to see the flag drop, and they're going to come roaring off the beach through the middle of the course, all the way down to the far end of the Formula One course, and then back down across the start-finish line. And that will start lap 1 of the 7 minutes plus 1 lap. In this 6 minutes plus 1 lap. Here we go. Coming up on the 1 minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Can the man who has been a dominant force here on the Neches River do it again here in 25 on the pole, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will his nemesis, the Mike Scott Plumbing of Jose Mendaña Jr., come out like a rocket? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will the new Peterson Racing driver, the 69 of Jared Wallach, surprise everybody and come screaming off the dock? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or will it be the 77 of Daniel Trozen, our defending champion, the 12 of Trident Schleicher, or the rest of the drivers here in Formula Lights? Let's see who's going to take qualifying heat number 1. 20 seconds, drivers under starters' orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag quick. A big jump there. The 21 of Mendaña gets a good jump, but the 35 of Schmierbach is such a fantastic start, as he always does, as they come roaring through the middle of the course. And boy, there's a black boat out there. I think that might be the 12 of Trident Schleicher. No, there's the 69 of Wallach. Boy, the 21 of Mendaña Jr. just got absolutely buried down to the inside. As they come out of turn number 4, out in front is the man who started on the pole, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, but he's got a rear view mirror on that Latitude machine, the 69 of Jared Wallach, followed by the 12 of Trident Schleicher. And here comes the 24 of Shelby Love. Watch as we go down into turn 1. There's the 69 of Wallach, but bang, there's the 24 of Love. She goes wide to the outside, going deck to deck to deck with the 77 of Trozen and the 12 of Trident Schleicher. We've now got Clover Construction teammates sitting in 3rd and 4th. And where did the 24 of Shelby Love come from? This rookie last year had a decent year. We had some lighter boat counts last year, but what an amazing run for this young woman out of California, sitting in 4th, trying to knock off her teammate and get on the podium here in qualifying heat number 1. Boy, as you see there, the 20 goes by the 24 of Shelby Love. Now here comes the 21 of Mendaña, started 2nd all the way back in 6th position. In 7th, there is the 2 of Travis Thompson. 8th is the 66 of Randy Parch, duking it out with the 17 of Chris Hughes. But it is all Mark Schmierbach in that Pizza Inn sponsored machine here in the Seaway Marine Formula Lights class at the opening round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Let's get back to our leaders. The 69 of Jared Wallach not going anywhere, as he's going to give the 35 of Schmierbach a run for his money. You see that right there. He's really pushing hard. Now you see the 12 of Trident Schleicher starting to get up into the conversation as he's pulled away from his teammate. But let's keep an eye on this battle here. Schmierbach goes tight to the inside, now wide to the outside. There's the 69 of Wallach. He stuffs it tight. Oh no, he's going dead in the water. Oh no, he's just tight deck to deck with the 12 of Schleicher. I don't know what happened there. It might have been the fact that it's a new boat for the 69 of Wallach, but moving up into 2nd now is our 2025 Series champion, or 24 champion, the 12 of Trident Schleicher in that Clover Construction machine, now up in 2nd, pushing hard. The 24 of Shelby Love falling way back now, as she has really started to shuffle back. She might have gone dead in the water out there. I don't know what happened. No, she's just had a bad corner or two, and she has shuffled all the way back to 12th position here in this opening heat of Formula Lights. There's the 35 of Schmierbach, continuing to drive that 2-cylinder OMC. There's the 24 of Shelby Love, way back in the pack. She was looking so good, but is really struggling now to get that thing back on plane, and that all-white Hoffman Clover Construction Port Neches Federal Credit Union on the side. There's the 66 of Randy Parch, the man out of Port Charlotte, Florida, running for Anti-Gravity Batteries. He's going to try to get himself up on the start pontoon. The big winner in St. Louis last year, but now we got a battle really heating up for the top 2 spots. The 12 of Trident Schleicher is on the warpath, hunting down, stalking his prey. that is the 35 of Mark Schmierbach as they come through turns 1 and 2 down on the south end of the course. Now he's going wide to the outside. That boat loves to run wide to the outside. They're going to go deck to deck as they come down into turn number 3. This is where the experience on the 35 of Mark Schmierbach is going to have to come into play as he now gets out of turn number 4. You're going to watch him go wide out of turn 4 and then move his way down to the pin. He's going to force the 12 of Schleicher and now the 69 of Jared Wallach, who's back up in the conversation, to drive between lane 1 and lane 4 throughout every straightaway. He's trying to scrub up the water and create dirty water so that they have diminished performance of their propeller spinning through that water that's been churned up by the man out in front. Great turn there by the 12 of Triton Schleicher, in and out of turn 4 quick, trying to lay down the hammer. Now he gets out of 4. There's Wallach right behind him. And right behind Wallach is the 77 of Trosen. And now the 21 of Mendana has made his way back up into 5th position and continuing to push hard to try to get back up with 1 minute 56 seconds remaining plus 1 lap here in this opening qualifying heat in Formula Lights. The view we're used to seeing of the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, but what he's not used to seeing is so many drivers jamming his rearview mirrors as he douses down the 12 of Triton Schleicher as he tried to go through the wash of the 35 of Schmierbach, and then there's the 69 of Jared Wallach, and if he doesn't watch out, that copper and white 77 of Daniel Trosen and that DeBacker's Lawn Care sponsored entry is going to come get him and maybe end up on the podium. But now the 69 of Wallach moves wide to the outside. You can see him kind of all staggered. On the inside lane 1, you got 35 of Schmierbach. On the outside of lane 2, there's the 12 of Triton Schleicher. Oh, look at him dancing there. Watch out, the 69 of Jared Wallach went hard into turn number 3, and he almost lost it, had to back off as he was really gaining a lot of momentum, getting up on our leader. As we see these drivers continue to push, there's the 42 of Hans McCauley running with the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. That silver and purple, that's another Danish-built Molegard hull. And there's our leader now. The 42 of McCauley just trying to hang on the lead lap. The 69 of Peterson's really struggling down there as you're going to see him come into view right now. That's that Peterson racing machine. He is really mixing it up with the 77 of Trosen, but he's also allowed the 35 of Schmierbach and the 12 of Schleicher to really pull away. With this wind very treacherous down the back straightaway, you've really got to make sure that you keep that trim under control. Again, these drivers, they'll all tell you these are underpowered race boats, but that's what's fun about them. You can trim this thing to the moon. You can really just keep your foot stomped on the accelerator as we see the white flag come out. 1 lap remains for the man out in front. Can he hang on for 4 more turns? As our leader comes out of turn number 2 off the south end of the course, now down back, dead into the wind, pushing hard, laying the accelerator down, trimming that 2-cylinder OMC out. 65, 70, 75 miles an hour plus as he gets down into turn number 3. Schleicher's all over him. Are we going to have a photo finish here in Formula Lights qualifying heat number 1? He goes tight down into turn number 1, but there's a back marker of McCauley hanging on for a wire-to-wire victory. Your winner in qualifying heat number 1 in Formula Lights out of Greenfield, Wisconsin, number 35, Mark Schmierbach. In second, the number 12 of Triton Schleicher. In third, looks like that may have been the 78 of Daniel Trosen. Yes, it was. He gets by the 69 of Wallach on the final lap. What a great job by the man out of Trenton, Michigan. The number 77 of Daniel Trosen. In 5th position, just struggled after a horrendous start. The 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. Right behind him in 6th, solid finish after brutal electrical gremlins plagued his test and tune session last weekend. In 7th, the 2 of Travis Thompson. In 6th and 7th is the 66 of Randy Parch. In 8th is the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. And look at that, down in 9th position. She was all the way up to as high as a half a boat length from 2nd place. I don't know what happened, but the 24 of Shelby Love ends up shuffle all the way back to 10th. It's in 9th place, excuse me. In 10th place, 10th place was, I don't know what happened to Schmierbach. I don't know why Looks like Mendana maybe have done an extra lap, and it screwed up a little of our scoring. But put Mendana back in 5th, not 1st, if you're on the live stream here. But rounding out the field, the rookie, the other half of the Pizza Inn B&B Racing team, that's the 60 of Brandon Bobalik, the Crosby, Texas native. And then behind him, the 17 of Chris Hughes in Sexy Blue 2, the 42 of Hans McCauley, and then the 26 of Steve Lee, who looks like he may not even have really been able to finish most of that heat. Frustrating for the driver in that brand new boat built by, in that brand new Mendana hull built by Jose Mendana Sr. with Mike Scott Plumbing on the side. All right, looks like coming up here in just a little bit, we're going to have another river opening due to the commercial traffic that we have to let through. So while you got some time, don't forget, right outside the entrance to the Midway where all the games are and all the food, right out here, just right off river from where I'm at, if you're here at the Riverfest, don't forget to stop by the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series merch tent. We've got muscle shirts, we've got shirts for kids, we've got hats, T-shirts, we've got long sleeve sun shirts. We've got a whole array of fantastic merch from the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Go get yourself a shirt, get yourself a Sharpie. Maybe you can get yourself an autograph at some point here throughout the weekend. But what a great run it was for the for the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. All right, well, hopefully here in a few moments we're going to have a chance to chat with a man from Greenfield, Wisconsin, who really had a tall test in qualifying heat number 1. He was able to get out in front, but the 12 of Trident Schleicher really gave him a run for his money. And I think in a longer race, we would have seen potentially an epic battle between those two drivers. The 35 of Schmierbach and the 12 of Schleicher. They did battle all last season. They're looking to do it again. I guess the surprising thing for me was the late disappearance of the 69 of Wallach and the fact that Daniel Trozen was able to get by him. I think Trozen's kind of the dark horse on the weekend. He's one of those guys that isn't necessarily going to be, flashy. You're not going to expect him to be some big dog, but he just quietly goes about his business, sits there, and was able to pick through the crowd, pick through the here goes my spazzy brain going way too fast. But he was able to pick his way through the field. There we go. And was able to have a great run all the way up to 3rd place. What a fantastic run for the number 77 of Daniel Trozen. All right, I'm going to take a quick look at the schedule here for the rest of the afternoon. So coming up next here, we were supposed to have the River Open at 3:15, and we expected to not necessarily. We're not necessarily didn't expect to be this far ahead of our program, so we're going to add in the second qualifying heat of Tri-Hall is going to be run before we go to the River Open. Again, so you do still have a quick minute because we're just getting the formula lights out. We're going to have to get all the Tri-Hulls loaded into the water here, so we're going to have a few minutes to get wet your whistle. Go grab yourself a quick bite to eat. I saw those Amish donuts. I mean, there was quesadilla tacos. There was I walked down Vendor Alley, and I had to leave because I was so hungry. By the time I walked through Vendor Alley, I just couldn't be there anymore. Fantastic vendors here every year at the Port Neches Riverfest. Don't forget a couple of great folks who come down here. They've taken care of me in the past, which I appreciate. Great folks at Rudy's Kebab, pork, chicken, steak, fried rice. They're on the Vendor Alley there, and as well as the great folks from Concessions. Plus, They've got Cajun pistolets, boudin balls, crawfish nachos, pork chop, shrimp, and gator on a stick. Find them and all the rest of the great vendors here at the Port Neches Riverfest. Well, it looks like, boy, that's an interesting thing to see. The driver and winner from qualifying heat number 1 in Formula Lights getting towed in after his victory here in the Formula Lights opening heat. He's going to get towed in, and hopefully we'll have a chance to chat with the 35 of Schmierbach as we get these final few Formula Lights drivers off the field. Looks like we've just got a couple of them left, then we'll get the tri-hulls loaded. And then once we finish the second of 4 qualifying heats for tri-hulls, 3 today, 1 tomorrow, we will then have to take a river break open to allow the commercial traffic to move through the waterway. That's one of the trickiest things that we have to navigate on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. When you race in places like the Mississippi River in St. Louis, which is, one of the largest, probably the largest commercial river towns in the United States, located dead smack in the middle on the mighty Mississippi. Lots of commercial traffic there. Obviously, we are all, those of you who are joining me here in Port Neches, this is a very heavily commercial waterway. There's a lot of commercial traffic that moves up and down. We have to give them the ability to get their work done, right? These guys are on long-term schedules, sometimes traveling large distances once they get out into the Gulf of Mexico, so we've got to make sure to give them the ability to get through. But the Red River in downtown Shreveport, Bossier, there's commercial applications that are going on there. So for a lot of our races, we unfortunately are required to put these planned breaks into our program. But it is what it is, and it gives you guys, the fans, at least a little bit of time to grab yourself an ice-cold cocktail, an ice-cold beer here on this beautiful, slightly breezy, fantastic Saturday afternoon here in Southeast Texas. All right, our driver who won Heat 1 is going up to the scale. After every heat, our drivers are required to weigh their boat. We have minimum weight qualifications. We do that because weight is such a big factor in powerboat racing. Because of the drag coefficient and the things and the hydrodynamics at play here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, it's super important that they have to adhere to a minimum weight standard. So I believe the Formula Lights, it's 875 pounds, and that's with the boat, with the motor, and the driver. So if you imagine your average driver probably weighs about 200 pounds, that means the entire Formula Light boat with the motor on it weighs 675 pounds. The same weight as like a large office copier. Right, and this is a high-performance race boat. So impressive how light they actually are. I believe our Formula One class boat, motor, driver is like 12 and a quarter, 1175. I apologize, I don't have it in front of me, and I don't want to misspeak, but somewhere in there. Again, an average 200-pound driver, that means you're talking about the boat with the motor weighing roughly 1,000 pounds. That's when you compare that to a NASCAR or a Formula One car or any sort of road racing machine, the weight that we have is so much lighter, and that's because it's so much more difficult to go fast. We have a singular prop in the back. We don't have 4 wheels on the ground. It's real tricky when you're out there on the water, and then you've got to manage, right, the lift of the boat out of the water, because lifting as much of the boat out of the water is going to allow you to increase your speed. The problem is, as we saw with the 93 of R.J. West in our first Formula One qualifying heat today, if she's too light and you hit the trim button too much, the fact that you don't have a ton of weight there can really hurt you. As he went over on his head earlier today and has made the rest of the day and the rest of the weekend a tall order for the Chuck Skelton Racing Team. All right, looks like we're starting to get the tri-hulls lined up, get them in the water. Again, we apologize for a little bit of the downtime here. We had to move our schedule up. We are trying we've incorporated some new policies and standard operating procedures in 2025, with the goal of providing you, the fans, a more action-packed but shorter time window to enjoy all your racing, right? Baseball's doing it. Every sport is doing it. We're trying to condense our time down so you can have a great time in the few hours that we are delivering high-octane, high-performance tunnel boat racing. But we don't like the downtime, right? Nobody likes that. So we're trying to do a better job of it in 2025, and we did such a good job so far that we are an hour ahead of schedule. The river's not going to be open until 3:15, so we're going to try to squeak in one more Texas Tri-Hulk heat race before our river open here at 3:15. All right, well, what a great run there it was in Formula Lights, presented by Seaway Marine and all our great sponsors here at the Riverfest in 2025, most notably the Port Neches Federal Credit Union. What a fantastic sponsor they have been for so many years. And our series sponsors here, starting off with the great folks that manage our website and do all sorts of fantastic marketing for the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, Moto Marketing Group. Moto Marketing Group has been accelerating brands for over 35 years, from developing some of the most famous boat and race team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Moto Marketing Group is your one-stop marketing shop for branding, vehicle wraps, websites, photography, and print design. They do it all. Check them out at motomarketinggroup.com or find them on Facebook, Instagram, and all your social platforms. Moto Marketing Group. Racing Communications. They're radios for racing. Seabold Sports. Your high-octane performance experts since 1939, with 3 generations of champions living the powerboat lifestyle. They specialize in Formula One powerboats and high-performance outboards, working closely with Mercury Racing to provide performance parts for the everyday river racer. Visit them at SeaboldSports.com or call them at 573-216-1817. VP Racing Fuels. Win every race with VP Racing. For 50 years, VP Racing has been the choice of champions, delivering high-performance racing fuels, lubricants, coolants, and additives to give you the power and the performance you need. Whether you're on the track, mowing the lawn, or cruising in your boat, VP Racing Fuels has victory at every turn. Find VP Racing's championship-winning products at your local retailer or online at vpracingfuels.com. Win every race with VP Racing. Seaway Marine, our Formula Lights title sponsor in 2025, as it has for the last handful of years. Since 1957, Seaway Marine has been your one-stop boat motor shop, specializing in both current and vintage outboard motors, as well as stern drives, Chris Craft, Mercruiser, OMC, and Volvo stern drives. They've got a 100,000 square foot facility in Linwood, Washington, and they ship over 100,000 packages all across the United States and Canada. They are supported with a knowledgeable staff that pride themselves on superior customer service. Contact them for all your marine part needs online at seawaymarine.com or give them a call at 425-412-4006. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs, as I call them, your one-stop boat motor shop. All right, now I'm going to have a chance to join the man who took qualifying heat number 1 in Formula Lights, the man who's done it many times before and might just do it a time or two again. All right, joining me now here at the judges' stand, the man who went wire to wire in heat number 1, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. First off, Mark, does it ever get old?
Never. Not when you got young kids like this pushing you. I just kept wishing he'd slow down, but they're young.
Yeah, the 12 of Trident-Schleicher didn't necessarily qualify all that well, but boy, it seemed like he gave you all you could handle there in the closing laps of that opening heat.
Oh, yeah, especially when you come up on lap traffic. I hate that because the guy in second's got the advantage. I one wrong move, and he'll jump to the inside, and he's got you.
Yeah, now your nemesis and longtime battle partner in Formula Lights, Jose Mendaña, had probably one of the worst starts he's had in Port Neches ever here in qualifying heat number 1. Started second. By the end of the first turn, he was back in 7th. Do you expect that to continue?
No way. Usually I thought we were going to run down there neck and neck. And then all I saw was these red boats and kids, coming at me. Usually he could have helped block.
And obviously we know that 69 Peterson Racing machine is a fast boat, and the man behind the wheel now is no spring chicken or rookie in Formula Lights. He's been running for many years. Who are your biggest competitors that you're going to have to worry about here to try to get back on the top of the box in Formula Lights here in 2025?
Well, right now it's still open, wide open. The names you just gave are still in the driver's seat. Now in the next seat, I got to start dead last. So it's going to be a lot of work, and, anything can happen.
And we talk about those bag markers. I know you've got a new addition to the B&B Racing team here in 2025. Brandon Bobalik hopping in, another one of those beautiful Pew-designed Formula Lights. Pizza in on the side. When you guys get into the final, maybe or maybe not, there's some assistance you guys could give each other out there on the course?
No. Well, I do not drive like that, nor I didn't teach him to drive like that. Everybody drives clean and sportsmanlike. That's what I like the class.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if B&B Racing can capture some more hardware. Maybe it's the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Who knows? Maybe his teammate could get up there and join him on the podium. But we got a lot more racing before that happens. But congratulations again, Mark, on another fantastic heat win.
Thank you again, and I just love Port Neches, and I hope the crowd's enjoying it.
Absolutely, sir. We'll let you get back to the pits, debrief with you and your teammate, and get ready for qualifying heat 2.
Thank you very much.
Right on, ladies and gentlemen. That is the number 35 of Mark Schmierbach, the man, the myth, the legend here in Formula Lights, looking to do it again here in 2025. We'll be right back with qualifying heat number 2 in Texas Tri-Hall here at the opening round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. All right, we've got the Texas Tri-Hulls getting loaded in the water. We've just got the first handful of drivers ready to go. We're getting the rest of them in as we're going to get qualifying heat number 2 here in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Rocking and rolling here on the shores of the Neches River. Again, talking just now with Mark Schmierbach off camera. He said the back straightaway is absolutely treacherous out there. Rollers of a foot plus. And as you can imagine, a tunnel boat that likes to ride on a cushion of air, 1 foot plus rollers are very, very treacherous for them out there. The Tri-Hulls should be able to handle them no problem. But the Formula Lights and the Formula Ones really have to be careful. He was telling me, so the Formula Lights and Formula One boats will speak about negative, positive, and neutral when they refer to the trim on their boat. Now, that trim is very important. It helps lift the boat up out of the water. And when they talk about negative trim, that means they tuck the motor in, right? So it's not straight. It's almost imagine the lower unit of the motor is closer to the motor, to the boat, than the top of the motor is. That's a negative trim. Positive trim, the exact opposite, right? That propeller and lower unit is now at like a 10, 15 degree angle where the prop is further away from the boat than the power head is, or the top of the motor. And then you have neutral. right? Neutral's pretty simple. It's right in the middle, right? It's not kicked out. It's not tucked under. It's in a very neutral position. And off camera, I was chatting with the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, and I said, hey, what's your trim like on that back straightaway? It looks pretty brutal out there. He's like, it is real bad out there. And I asked him, I said, did you ever even get above neutral trim? He's like, no, not even once. And that's where that experience comes in, right? The 35 of Mark Schmierbach, the 17 of Chris Hughes, the 2 of Travis Thompson. There's some drivers here that have put a lot of laps on the Neches River. And understanding how rough things can get out on the backstretch, how rough things can get down here between turns 1 and 2, where you've got the current being kicked back out off the tugboats and into the river. You know, if we do have any large barge traffic after our break that'll move through, that boat will drag the current with it and create almost like a double current. Again, this river, very, very deep. Because it is a commercial waterway, this river is much deeper than it naturally otherwise would have been. So this creates, when you have deeper channels like this that you run in, a la on the Mississippi we see them, on the Red River we'll see them as well, you get a much deeper profile, water profile of the body that you're running on, and it can create a lot of unique things that you wouldn't necessarily expect. But those drivers who've got a lot of experience here in the Formula Lights and the Formula One class, as well as the Tri-Hull, to be honest, but they understand how not to go over that line most of the time. Now, if we look at earlier, veteran driver, the 93 of R.J. West, thought he had it under control until he didn't. And the veteran driver out of Manteca, California, ended up on his head in qualifying heat number 1 in the Formula One class. And I do not know if we are going to see him back here in qualifying heat number 2. It is going to be dicey if they can get that thing back together today. Thankfully, that 4-stroke motor on the back of that Chuck Skelton racing machine is fairly easy to dry out and get back running again, as long as there's nothing damaged. And we've got the best driver, as from a knowledge and data standpoint, in Formula One, in the 93 of R.J. West. So if anybody could get that boat back together in just a couple hours, it is him and the Chuck Skelton racing crew. They're a dedicated bunch out of California. They travel the country with us year after year. And I have full confidence that they'll get him there as long as they're able to, right? That's the tricky part, is being able to. We showed earlier that horrific blowover from the 29 at Jared Jensen. They went back home to Colorado because there was no fixing that boat here. There was severe damage on the left sponson. That whole thing is going to have to be removed. When I say sponson, what I mean is that's the flat part that is on either side of the driver's cockpit. The driver sits on top of the tunnel, and the sponsons on either side are what create that tunnel, right? They have the side and they go down, and that's the running surface on the water. And so it's going to be real interesting out here to see what happens. Looks like the 13 of Grant Schubert and that Captain Marks Tri-Hull got everything figured out after the brutal start to the first qualifying heat that saw him finish in second to last. Him and the 56 of Clint Dillard ran into some problems in Heat 1, which is surprising because the 13 of Grant Schubert is in the 13 of Grant Schubert is in the Formula One. He's in that 4-stroke boat in the Tri-Hulls, and now walking up to me is a man I'm glad that is sitting here because he's got an interesting perspective. He's our 2024 Formula One Series champion, the number 1 of Dustin Terry. How you doing, Dustin?
Good, Thomas. I'm pumped to be out here, man. I'm pretty pumped to come watch this Tri-Hull heat. I know we got the River Open next, so I figured I'd come maybe help you out for a little bit, give the noise a little bit of a
and you have a little extra added incentive, right? You want to have a sweet spot to watch your 14-year-old son see if he can't slug it out with all these knuckleheads. Yeah. How has that been for you this offseason, getting your son Austin, who's been your shadow for the last handful of years, I think at like 8, he was like, I can get in one now, right? You're like, buddy, you can't even see over the dash. What's that got to be like as a dad, having the next generation in your family step into a tri-hull?
It's exciting. I was a little bit, as a parent, you get nervous about stuff like that, but Austin never learned how to ride a bicycle. He said he wanted a dirt bike, and I said, you can't ride a bicycle. Yeah, how do you want a dirt bike? And he said, I don't want a bicycle. I want a dirt bike. Got him a dirt bike at 5 years old, and he crashed it into a fence and jumped right back up and got back on it. And he just likes to race, man. So we go race go-karts. He raced J Hydro. I can say it now that maybe we might have bluffed a birth certificate or two to get him into some other races, in some other series.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, not in this one, but in some other local races that they have in Louisiana to get him some seat time. And but that's what it is. It's seat time and practice, and this is what he's doing right now. He's got to start in the back, get some seat time. He did some in Freeport. He did really well, but less boats. There wasn't the Rinkers. There wasn't Neil Marsh. There wasn't Corey Walker. Grant Schubert wasn't in there. So it was a good thing for him to break into it, and he did really well. So I'm very impressed with him. He's still learning the trim and stuff like that. So like for this heat, first heat, he had his trim up too high. He just doesn't know how to play with it. He doesn't have the confidence to mess with it yet. I said, this heat, make mistakes. Go, you're starting in the back. That's what rookies got to do. Play with the trim a lot and make your mistakes now, because there's a potential that he might get his position for the final on Sunday if he does well enough. And if he does, he needs to know how it works. It's how everybody should do it in tri-hull. They do a good job of getting drivers in here.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a chance to chat with him at the Test and Tune in Freeport last weekend, and I said, hey, man, how was that first heat? He went, rough. It's one of those things that you can explain to somebody what a tri-hull is like, but getting in a tri-hull and listening to somebody explain what it's like are so drastically different. Somebody like yourself can maybe articulate it a little better, but what is it like? You were there with your first time in a tri-hull. Maybe you weren't 14 necessarily, but what is it like, especially when you look at this rough river and how nasty it gets? What's it like and how eye-opening is that first time in a tri-hull? Well,
the best I can explain is that if you've been on a boat and you go over somebody's rollers and you're just in your fishing boat, it's a little unsettling, I think, for everybody. You're going over big rollers and you're kind of like, ooh, and then you're like, oh, it wasn't that bad, and you find these smooth lanes and all that. In tri-hull, you don't have the option, and if you try to slow down, the boat doesn't like it. So you have to go even harder into it to try to stay off of those hard hits that really slow the boat down. But whenever you decide that you get out there and you're just sitting out there and on the pace lap, the boat's rocking and rolling and you're getting wet and you're doing all these things, you're like, this is not a fishing boat. This is something completely different. And once you take off, you hit the throttle and it seems like it never fails. There's a huge roller waiting on you, and it teaches you immediately just to hang on and go. And with the other boats going around you, if they're leaving you, you begin to realize, oh, I need to do something different. And but yeah, RJ's over here getting his dried out right now. But no, but that's what it is. You begin to learn by the pace of the other guys who are fast on how fast you can push your limits. And so you go, man, if his boat can do it, then I guess mine can too. And you have to have this blind trust. But man, you hit some of those rollers and you don't know how the boat stays together. When you hear these boats hit from the stands, you, as a driver, you feel it all the way up your back, all the way into your head. Your helmet smacks you on the top of the head. It's these crazy feelings, but there's no time to sit there and dwell on it. You have to hurry up and keep racing. And,
absolutely, absolutely. Let's talk. Let's. Well, we've got the time here, right before the River Open, before we get rolling here in this second qualifying heat and trials. Let's talk a little bit about, get your perspective on what that Heat 1 was like. For those of us in the know, those of us who been watching from wherever you are, or those who've spent you traveled to our events, seeing the 93 of RJ West in a wreck in any fashion is surprising. It's just not something we're used to seeing. What do you think was the cause for that back there? Because talking to some of the other drivers, it sounds like that backstretch is pretty rough right now. Well,
so the thing is whenever you try to exit off of 2, that you want to take all this speed and float it out. And but what happens is that there's so much wind right there, you can go as hard as you want down this front straightaway, which is not typical for Port Neches. This boat ramp is where you see all the blowovers on this side. But typically when the wind comes, it comes at the end of the course over there in 3 and 4. You can see how the water bends and turns. That breeze finds its way right there. It's not typical to be out here in 1 and 2, but it's finding its way over here. And as you exit, the boat can get really wild, and you usually want to float that and then get it down and then be ready for the wind over here. I think RJ was doing his, he floats it and he does all that, and I think I would have to talk to him because I think we're all in very good control as somebody with his experience, but it's got to be just a weird moment of something that maybe he thought he could hold on to and work through. But I'm glad he's got it dried out, and I hope the boat's okay. I hope he can make it out for the next heat.
Well, there's very few teams that can turn around that quickly, but these guys are definitely it. Now we got the tri-hulls back out on the water. We see your son there in the 03 and outside of the final row there next to the man who went wire to wire in Heat 1, that 37 of Mason Rinker, as we bring him down the far end of the course. Let's talk about that. What do you think forcing drivers to drive through the field does for you as a driver?
It teaches you to keep your head on a swivel and to be ready at all times. It teaches you to watch how other drivers drive and how to get away from their lines, and it teaches you everything you need to know. Running in the front does not educate you on how to run a tri-hull. So that's why you see the guys that are so good that they start in the back all week and do so well, because they have that experience. But
absolutely.
Here they come.
Well, it looks like we're going to have a row 1 probably filled with a couple of Schuberts, and the 12 of Jack Schubert on that Ace Hardware and the 13 of Grant Schubert both struggled mightily in heat number 1. And then in row 2, we've got the 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker and the 26 of Briston Sherman, followed by the 1 of Corey Walker. Looks like we got the 56 of Clint Dillon there. And here we go. No, it's the 52 of Tanner Rinker versus the 13 of Grant Schubert, then the 12 of Jack Schubert, the 26 of Briston Sherman. And no surprise, he knocked the dust off after not making it last weekend, but here comes Corey Walker.
Yeah, Grant got a great jump on that and was able to pick his own line, and it looks like his brother Jack just got wadded up there with Josh Wells there in the back.
Yeah, and that's the name of the game in tri-hull, right? It's get out and find that clean water. It's very rare that you'll see somebody pull away early and get caught by the end. Maybe in the final when you get mixed into those back markers. But, boy, the 13 of Grant Schubert, he's really leaning into it because he didn't even get to finish more than a couple laps. Look at there in the 52 of Tanner Rinker. I think still learning that extra weight on the back with that 4-stroke Mercury versus his old OMC that he ran last year.
The good line right here is Corey Walker and Neil Marsh. Neil Marsh just spun out, but able to collect it. He barely missed the 54 of Caddy there. But Neil Marsh took good advantage of Josh Wells getting on top of Jack and got through some guys, but Corey Walker took his line there. That's going to be a good battle in the 4th and 5th spot.
And I think, people ask me all the time, how did the 17 of Neil Marsh go back to back to back? Nobody corners right now better in Texas Tri-Hull than the 17 of Neil Marsh. His ability to counter, you think you got him blocked, and he's 3 steps ahead of you, and in the corner and out, if you can do that, you can see what type of advantage it gives you over the field.
Absolutely, because Neil knows his boat so well. If you look at Briston Sherman right in front of him, Briston's trimmed out just a little bit more than Neil Marsh. Neil Marsh is keeping that boat wet the way he needs it. Briston's feeling good. He's going fast. But you watch, he's going to lose a little bit of bite, and Neil Marsh is just going to slowly dial him in. But, right now he looks good. But Grant Schubert has a clean line that he's running. He's checking out right now.
Absolutely, we're running. We've got 4 more laps. We're just about the halfway point here as we take a look at our overhead. There we're staying with the 17 of Neil Marsh as he continues to sweep wide outside of turn number 1 down there on the south end of the course, looking to track down the 26 of Briston Sherman. Boy, and it looks there as we follow the back end of the 52 of Tanner Rinker. He better watch out because it looks like he's got Corey Walker all over him.
Yep, and Briston, look, I might have spoke too early. Briston is hanging in there with Corey, and they are going to give Tanner here a run for his money. Corey goes up high, and he's going to stick it inside and see if he can make it hold.
And there's the 3 of Austin Terry, the young 14-year-old rookie down there on the north end of the course, trying to navigate and get by. Looks like he's trying to catch up on the number 12 of Jack Schubert, our 2 youngest drivers doing battle here on the north end of the course. But now we go back, and it's the 52 of Tanner Rinker coming in, and then the 1 of Corey Walker right on him. And then now here comes that 26 of Briston Sherman, like you're saying. Hey, the 13 of Schubert might have walked away for it, but sounds like we got a doozy for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. Corey staying in there and using the torque of that 4-stroke to bail him out, but they're rocking and rolling, and Briston is staying nice and smooth. You're going to see some passing coming up right here. These 4 are the trick.
One thing I've noticed with that 4-stroke, Dustin, talk a little bit about that. The boat really likes to walk back and forth, side to side, much more with that heavier 4-stroke than it does the 2-stroke.
Here we go. Austin just made that pass. Or no, that's Grant
there we
still
go.
coming around the lap.
He held on to the lead, stayed on the lead lap. Ladies and gentlemen, with 1 lap left, can he stay on the lead lap? The young driver, the 3 of Austin Terry, as he goes battle with the number 13, our leader of Grant Schubert. Now the 52 of Tanner Rinker continuing to hang on.
This is our last lap.
Walker. Here on the last lap, let's see if Walker can make a move down at the south end of the course.
Neil Marsh tucks inside of Briston there. Briston gets wide and jumps out.
Oh, he does that all the time. That's why he is your 3-time defending champion, right?
Yep, and look, Corey gets wild, starts bouncing back and forth. He was going to make a run on the 52. Let's see if Neil can get 2 in that last lap.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking the checkered flag and walking away with it, the 13 Captain Mark Grant Schubert. Followed in second by the 52 of Tanner Rinker. And by a nose, the 1 of Corey Walker holds off the 17 of Neil Marsh. And I think this is the thing that people don't realize. Neil never gets 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Even if he starts last, he's always the top 5. And that's what you really need through the 4 qualifying heats to find yourself on the inside of row 1. And if you can get that clean water in the final, you at least have some fairly easy sailing, at least till you get to those back markers.
Yeah, and that's what championship racing is, because Neil keeps calm. You saw that he had a good opportunity with Josh Wells, and he got ahead right there. Those guys ended up gapping him for a minute. He didn't panic. He didn't trim out. He didn't get crazy. He just slowly let those guys fight each other and almost got 2 of them right at the end. So that's just veteran patience. That's why you see him getting the points that he needs. So now he can go home this evening and have good points on the day and chisel away again tomorrow.
Unfortunate for the 56 of Clint Dillard. He got doused in qualifying heat number 1. He couldn't even make the start pontoon here in qualifying heat number 2. But Schubert with the big win. He needed those points after a DNF in qualifying heat 1. Corey Walker in second. Neil Marsh squeezing all the way up into third. Second was Tanner Rinker. Third was Corey Walker. Fourth was Neil Marsh. Then the 26 of Briston Sherman, followed by the 54 of Darren Ware. Then the 88 of Josh Wells, and the rest of our Texas Tri-Hole field. Well, I appreciate you for hanging out with me a little bit. I know it's been a brutal couple of weeks for you. I know you and your business partner are trying to launch a restaurant while you open the season, and just to make things as hard as they possibly could, you blew it over in the preseason test and tune. So the final thing we're going to talk about, because I'm not letting you get away without talking about that, is what happened last week. I know you were pushing with your teammate. I know Freeport can get real windy. It's a very shallow river. Just walk us through what happened out there that made this week probably a hell of a lot tougher than it should have been.
Well, yeah, what ended up happening was I went through turn 1 and I had a decent lead on Jeremiah. The boat was feeling good. And yes, I have a restaurant that's opening this coming week, the Bunker back in Houma. And I was like, I told business partner, I'm like, I'm just going to take it easy. I'm going to treat every race like it was the championship last year, stay on the outside and just get my points and do what I need to do. But I went through turn 1 and 2, my right shoulder strap, something came loose with it. I could feel it come loose, and so I get set. I'm going down the back straightaway, and I have my left hand down trying to figure out what went on with my right shoulder strap and kind of assess what's going to happen by the next turn. And as that happens, the wind gets a hold of me, and I could not get that left hand back to the paddle in time to trim it down. And I went up into the air, almost saved it, and unfortunately didn't, went up and over and bloodied up my shins and banged into a couple
which is
things.
Scary considering you just realized that you had a seatbelt malfunction and then you went over. Obviously, it's not your first rodeo. I believe my favorite of yours was when you flew into Bay City in 2018, Sunday morning after a hurricane, and sent that thing about 40 feet in the air down the backstretch in Bay City on like lap 2.
Yeah, the one that happened in Freeport was an accident. The one in Bay City was completely driver error. I went that was
just wild man is what that was.
Yeah, I went from 21st to 7th, and I was like, I'm taking this thing, and I blew it over right in front of she was on my radio, and I was upside down backwards, and she was saying easy, 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 and I was already gone. But
we call that the Ricky Bobby, right? Because if you ain't first, you might as well be last, and that was your motto then. But obviously made a tough week for you. Had to feel really good about a 4th place fast lap qualifier, considering all the work that had to go on to the boat this last week.
Yeah, it was more or less just trying to make sure all the electrical was going to work, and then they told me I had a 4th, and so I'm very happy with it. Look, me and Austin, we got a big week ahead of us with a restaurant. If anybody comes to Houma, Louisiana, we're opening this Friday, man. It's going to be, and I can't thank the Outlaw team enough for taking care of all my stuff while I've had to do this. They've known it was coming. and they've done everything.
Timing probably could have been a little better, but what do you do?
What are you going to do, man? Board of Health, liquor license, all that stuff. They dictate when
they
we
like to take their sweet time. They don't care what your timeline is, right?
Yeah. We were supposed to open February 2nd, and here we are, Port Neches opening week and everything else. But we're going to get it done, and I'll let you talk to Grant. And, man, Port Neches, thank you for everything. I hope we can keep putting on a good show and no more wrecks, hopefully.
All right, man. All right, we're going to get a chance to. All right, well, we're going to just have a chance to have a nice little audio chat. Boy, Grant, after that last one, before that, I think before the first heat, I said, hey, Grant, would you make it exciting out there? And you promptly went and died after lap 1. What happened out there in the first qualifying heat?
Well, one of my buddies, Clint Dillard, went into the second turn and spun out, and I split the roll cage and the motor, just went right over the top of him. Kind of rolled him up on his side, and then another one of my buddies, Corey Walker, just went straight through the bottom. It would be some good drone footage if you got it.
Yeah, so it looks like the Dillard, I don't know, what's the damage looking like on the 56 of Clint Dillard? It pretty rough?
Later tonight, we're going to pick it up on the crane, look at the bottom. I might have to help him do some fiberglass work, but our goal is to get him out here tomorrow.
But what about you? Did you lose a lower unit, a propeller? What happened when you got, T-boned and then did some T-bone? And what happened when your boat went dead in the water down there? Because you had quite the rough view there for a couple laps as they were 3 and 4 wide going around you in the middle of the turn.
Yeah, I lost a battery terminal. I just pulled out of the wire and stuff like that.
When you got slammed into by another boat at full speed.
Yeah,
gotcha,
pretty much.
Gotcha. Okay.
But nothing scarier than sitting in the turn and you have tri holes just splitting you on both sides. But honestly, it's amazing.
Yeah, well, if we've got some GoPro footage on there, I can imagine we're probably going to have some more than one spectacular piece of footage from the 13 of Grant Schubert. But you did what was necessary, right? In Heat 1, you're like, all right, 0 points. That sucks. I got no limited points because you did start. You started on the inside of row 1. You knew you had to walk away with it. Boy, let's just talk about how nice it is to get some clean water. It's not something you get very often in tri-hull, and how important is it to really maximize that little window you may have of clean water?
Obviously we got unlucky in the first heat, and we just try to take advantage of everything's given to us. So starting on the pole with the clean water is just best case scenario for us, and we'll be middle of the pack ahead of all the fast guys tomorrow in Heat 3, and hopefully we can make it do.
Right, and no surprise, you and the 17 of Neil Marsh probably going to be no more than a spot or two apart from one another. Obviously he's run 3 years in a row. You've been right there nipping on his heels. What would it mean to you to kick him off the top spot of the box for the season championship in 25 here in Tri-Hull?
I feel like I kind of owe it to Mercury because they've been helping me develop this motor for the last 3 years, and I really want to do them some justice and win a championship.
Absolutely, and it looks like it's really starting to pick up steam. You look at your teammate Cole Waring's got one of those 4-strokes now. The one of Corey Walker's got one. Even the Rinker clan bought into the 4-stroke package, and the 52 of Tanner Rinker, who was battling behind you in his own right with the 17 of Neil Marsh and the one of Corey Walker. Do you see, much like we're seeing in Formula One, that transition away from the 2-stroke to more of the 4-stroke? Do you see that being the future for Texas Tri-Hull?
I think I do. It's more of there's no competitive advantage to the motors, and when it comes to 4-stroke, they all got the same brain, and it's just driver skill, and that's what we like about boat racing.
Right, absolutely.
We want the guy driving the boat to have the most impact on win or lose.
Right, not the guy with the deepest checkbook, right?
Exactly.
Absolutely. Well, hey, Grant, rough 1, best you could get out of heat number 2. You got one more later on this afternoon, and then one more before you go slug it out and try to knock off Neil Marsh, just like everybody else wants to here in Texas Tri-Hull. Congratulations for another solid win.
Thank you.
All right, man. Number 13 at Grant Schubert taking qualifying heat number 2. We're going to take a quick river break. We've got to let some of the commercial traffic move its way through the river here, and we'll be right back with the conclusion of qualifying Saturday here in the opening round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. But first, a word from our sponsors. Our main sponsor here in 2025, as it has been the last few years, Mercury Racing. Mercury Racing, built on a legacy of powerboat racing, Mercury Racing blends cutting-edge tech with serious performance. Whether it's your hardcore boater or a part of a race team, our unmatched propulsion systems are made to take you further, faster. At Mercury Racing. Find them online at mercuryracing.com. The great folks at Mercury Racing. JH Performance Boats. Performance boats are custom-made, classic shallow water boats built from scratch, offering a direct and personalized experience from start to finish. They provide exceptional service and support, having an unmatched reputation, while paying close attention to detail with quality construction, expert knowledge, and outstanding performance. Seaway Marine, our main title sponsor for the Formula Lights class here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Seaway Marine, since 1957, your one-stop boat motor shop. Find them online at seawaymarine.com. They handle OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives, as well as new old stock for things like Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboards. Don't forget your Chris Craft. They got you covered there, too. Their vast inventory warehoused in Linwood, Washington, with shipping over 100,000 packages annually, supported by their knowledgeable staff that pride themselves in superior customer service. Find them again online at seawaymarine.com or give them a call at 412-412-4006. VP Racing Fuels, the official racing fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Win every race with VP Racing. For 50 years, VP Racing has been the choice of champions, delivering high-performance racing fuels, lubricants, coolants, and additives to give you the power and performance you need. Whether you're on the track, mowing the lawn, or cruising in your boat, VP Racing Fuels, victory at every turn. Find them online at vpracingfuels.com. Win every race with VP Racing. Racing Communications. They're radios for racing. By the way, I love how simple that is, because that's exactly what they are. And they are the only choice for racing radios that we use on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. It's the one we recommend to every single one of our drivers, and we appreciate them for being one of our sponsors that have been here since day one, the great folks at Racing Communications. Seabold Sports, your high-performance experts since 1939, with 3 generations of champions living the powerboat lifestyle. They specialize in Formula One powerboats and high-performance outboards, working closely with Mercury Racing to provide performance parts for the everyday river racer. Visit them at SeaboldSports.com. And Moto Marketing Group, accelerating brands for over 35 years, from developing some of the most famous boat and race team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Find them online at motomarketing.com. And rounding out our fantastic group of series sponsors, the great folks at Snap-on Tools. In my opinion, there is no other choice than Snap-on, the best tool for your mechanic, your home garage, or any commercial application. The great folks at Snap-on Tools. All right, folks, we got a little bit of a river break here. So for those of you joining me from wherever you are, whether it's the great folks at Powerboat Racing World up in Norway. Hey, Frode, how are you? It's evening out there. Hopefully a lot of my great Danish friends and my European friends are still hanging out on a Saturday night, maybe having a frosty brewski, watching some fantastic Formula One powerboat racing. If you're in Asia or in other parts of the world, whatever time it is, you got some time to go get a coffee, go get a soda, go get a beer, grab a bite to eat, and get right back here at 3:15. Oh, sorry, excuse me. At 3:45. We only got a half-hour river open. So for those of you here at the Riverfest, you've got a half hour. Go down there, grab yourself some boudin balls, some crawfish nachos. There's the lovely Amish donuts, which is something I'm a huge fan of. I saw a birria taco stand, lemonades, every single kind of drink and food you would ever expect at any fair or festival. They got them right here at the Port Neches Riverfest. So wet your whistle, fill your belly, and get your butts right back in your seat a half hour from now as we're going to conclude Saturday's qualifying action here at the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series opening round of 2025, as it is every year, the Port Neches Riverfest.
So he's gonna, he thinks he figured out the issue. It's that spark is preset to a camera studio, so he's gonna try to log in and fix that. All right. I just realized he's working on it.
All right, welcome back from our break, race fans, as we're getting ready to rock and roll here for qualifying heat number 2, the final qualifying heat here on Saturday for our Formula Lights class. As we do in all of the Formula One Powerboat Championship, we call it flipping the script. We flip that script. You go from first to worst. You won Heat 1, Mark Schmierbach. You're going to find yourself on the back of the start pontoon. You struggled in Heat 1, Hans McCauley. You're on the pole. We do this to showcase and ensure that the best driver on the weekend, whether out in front or in the pack, emerges as the champion at the end of the weekend. As we get everybody lined up here on the start pontoon, let's take a look at our starting lineup for qualifying heat number 2. These drivers All right, as we get the rest of our drivers lined up here on the start pontoon for qualifying heat number 2, let's take a look at that reverse order lineup here in qualifying heat number 2. On the pole, out of Vienna, Austria, running for McCauley & Son Racing, number 42, Hans McCauley. Second off the start pontoon in sexy blue 2, out of Santa Fe, Texas, number 17, Chris Hughes. Third off the start pontoon, another Texas native in that silver and purple trimmed Moligard Danish hull, running for Mars Racing out of Spring Branch, Texas, number 78, Marshall Gildermaster. Fourth off the start pontoon, a rookie here in 2025, been around racing for a while, is a part of the B&B racing team, now hopping in the cockpit out of Crosby, Texas, running for Pizza Inn, number 60, Brandon Bobalik. Fifth off the start pontoon, one half of the Clover Construction Racing team in that all-white composite Hoffman Formula Light. Number 24, out of Thousand Oaks, California, Shelby Love. Sixth off the start pontoon, the lone Florida driver here in Formula Lights, running for anti-gravity batteries and Liquid Revolutions. Number out of Port Charlotte, Florida, number 66, Randy Parch. Seventh off the start pontoon, another Texas native. We got a big contingency of Texas drivers here in Formula Lights. He's out of Humboldt, Texas. In the number 2 machine, Mr. Travis Thompson. Eighth off the start pontoon, he finished 5th in Heat 1. He's now 8th in Heat number 2. Running for Mike Scott Plumbing and Mendana Enterprises. Number 21, Jose Mendana Jr. In 9th, finishing 4th in Heat number 1. Hails out of Trenton, Michigan. Number 77, Daniel Trozen. 10th off the start pontoon with a 3rd place finish in qualifying Heat number 1. In that Latitude Dispensary, Peterson Racing Machine, out of Redondo Beach, California, number 69, Jared Wallach. And rounding out the field here, the top 3 finishers from qualifying Heat number 1, your defending champion from 2024 on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series Seaway Formula Light Circuit. In that number 12, Clover Construction, out of Rhinelander, Wisconsin, number 12, Triton Schleicher. And in 12th off the start pontoon, the winner from qualifying Heat number 1, in that other Pizza Inn machine out of Wisconsin as well, out of Greenfield, number 35, Mark Schmierbach. And rounding out the field after struggling in Heat number 1, choosing to go last off the start pontoon in that brand new Mendana Formula Light, the other half of the Mike Scott Plumbing team, number 26, out of Ocala, Florida, Steve Lee. All right, here we go. Coming up on the 1 minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Can the 42 of Macaulay, the 17 of Hughes, or the 78 of Gildermaster figure out the problems from Heat 1 and take victory here in Heat 2? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the rookie of Brandon Bobolic surprise the field and come off the dock like a rocket here in Heat 2? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Will the 24 of Shelby Love figure out what plagued her in Heat 1 and get after it here in Heat 2? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or will it be the man who won Alton in 2024, Randy Parch? Can he make it? Or will it be the Tua Thompson, the 21 of Mendana, or the podium finishers from Heat 1? Let's see who's going to take qualifying Heat number 2. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag. Great jump there by the 17 of Chris Hughes. Oh, Gildermaster touches with the 60 of Bobolic right away coming off the start pontoon. Here comes our final drivers. They're going to have a tall order ahead of them, especially the 12 of Schleicher and the 35 of Schmierbach. Oh, look out there. We got a big wreck down the back straightaway. The 21 of Mendana gets together with the, looks like, I can't tell who that is there, but boy, what a big wreck coming down the back straightaway on the opening lap of qualifying Heat number 2. You can hear our safety crews screaming at all of our Formula Light radio people, letting them know, red flag, red flag. We got a red flag on the course. The 21 of Mendana gets together with one of our other drivers here in Formula Lights. He's got to fire the flare at the 17 of Chris Hughes, who's just now realizing there was a wreck out there on the course. I don't know what happened. As we take a look, we're trying to find here. It looks like the 21 of Mendana is okay. He is right side up, still in the cockpit. We're trying to figure out who the other driver that got together with the 21 of Mendana down there. It looks like that might have been the 2 of Travis Thompson or the 66 of Randy Parch. Trying to take a look here. We got the 60 of Bobolic, the 78 of Gildermaster down there. I'm trying to find at the far end of the course to see. And it looks like, yes, that was the 66 of Randy Parch, that anti-gravity batteries Liquid Revolutions racing team. Looks like he got together with the 21 of Mendana. So much spray coming off the start pontoon. Really hard to see what exactly happened down there. I know as I see the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr.'s crew chief and father, Jose Mendana Sr., walking down here, not too happy with what happened out there on the opening lap. The real question is now they've got to get in, assess the damage, and see what can be done to get these Formula Lights back on the water here this weekend. Unfortunate for the 66 of Randy Parch. This is 2 years in a row on the opening lap of a heat, a qualifying heat. He has had the unfortunate timing of getting together with another driver. If you watched our season last year in 2024, in round 2 at the Red River Rumble, the 66 of Randy Parch had a brutal collision with the 12 of Trident Schleicher. And if you notice if you're looking at the boat of Trident Schleicher, the right side of that cockpit, if you're looking at the nose of the boat, has got a big old patch on the side. That is from that incident with the 66 of Randy Parch. Looks like everybody is going to be okay, but boy, that is got to be frustrating for the driver out of Port Charlotte, Florida, as well as the 21 of Mendana. I said that Randy Parch is the only driver from Florida. I have 3 drivers from Florida here. The Steve Lee out of Ocala, and then, of course, the 21 of Mendana. We might have some footage of what happened. So if you're here in Port Neches, make sure you hop on our YouTube channel and take a look at this replay we've got from the opening as it comes right into screen there. Well, it looks like the 66 of Randy Parch thought he had a little bit more of a lane after the commitment buoy. The 21 of Mendana set it after the commitment buoy, and they got together. Let's take a look at that replay one more time as they were coming down the back straightaway right off the start here as all 13 boats were taken off. Again, we come here just off the left side of the screen. You're going to see come into view those 2 white boats. On the inside, it's Parch. On the outside, it's the 21 of Mendana. And right there past the commitment buoy, bang! Looks like maybe the 21 of Mendana may have hooked or something happened there between. Hopefully we can get a chance, but look at him there. The 66 of Parch goes upside down. The 21 of Mendana able to stay upright. But how unfortunate for both these drivers. Possibly get a chance to talk to one of them after they get to assess their motor down there a little bit. Boy, how frustrating that's got to be.
Having fun? Yeah, doing all right. This isn't really the race I wanted to film, but I figured I'd get down here because the next one I'll pop up pretty quick after this.
All right, I've got folks going down, see if they can have a chance to chat with the 66 of Parch, maybe have a chance to chat with the 21 of Mendana as well. Now I don't believe his boat is in the water yet because he was still upright. And he hadn't gone over and taken on water, so didn't necessarily have to engage the Sport Rescue Series.
Towing one right now.
And so they're going to have to get that boat in, but hoping to just have a chance to chat with the 66 of Parch. But again, hey, if he's not ready to come up here and talk about it, I totally get that as well. Obviously, there's a lot of emotion that goes on when something like this happens. You don't want to blame each other, but it's really hard not to point fingers at one another because it's such a bang-bang thing. It's so quick. As they got past the commitment buoy down the backside of the back straightaway, they're looking to start lap 1 here in this qualifying heat number 2 for Formula Lights. And the gracious man who was involved in that is willing to give me a chat here. Joining me now on the judges stand. Looks okay. Maybe not mentally, a bit frustrated, but physically okay, the 66 of Randy Parch, man. That was a bang-bang play right there. What happened just after the commitment buoy? Walk me through it, man.
I honestly don't know. I mean, next thing I know, I'm going. I feel some taps on the back, and then I see boats flying all over in front of me. So I really wish I could tell you what happened. I have no idea.
Yeah, let's see. Since we got you up here on the judges' stand, we're going to have you take a look at the replay. This might, as our team works to get that replay back up. But the big thing is here, how are you feeling? Are you okay?
I am frustrated. I mean, the boat was not running the best this weekend, but we figured some stuff out, and, man, I felt like we could come out and compete in the tops, and, now not so much.
Yeah, obviously, first assessment, what does the boat look like as you got it on the trailer? I know it's hard to see, with you not being able to see the whole boat, but is there some damage?
The only thing that I've been able to see is the front pickle tip, but, I mean, the boat's underwater, so I have no idea at this point.
Now, thankfully, I know you got a fantastic team along with you, and I know that if they can get you back out there and get you back running, I know you guys are going to give it everything you got. Obviously, not something you probably expect to get together with a veteran like the 21 of Mendana, but, I mean, racing happens. It looked like, past the commitment buoy there. I don't know if he hooked a little bit or got into a roller or something, but obviously not what either of you wanted to have on the opening lap of qualifying Heat 2.
No, not at all.
Right on, man. Well, hey, I'm going to let you get out of here. You got a lot of stuff to do. I just really appreciate you being willing up here to talk about it. I know it's hard not to be very angry and frustrated and not let that emotion pour out of you here on the judges' stand, but I appreciate you for the consummate professional that you are, and I really hope that you and your team can get to work and hopefully get you back out here in the water. And, hey, you know what? We've seen it happen before, right? Maybe there's a renewed energy. You find a few things you didn't know, and who knows? We might end up seeing you on the podium tomorrow if you get this thing back together.
Well, it'll be a long night tonight, but, we're going to do everything we can to be back out in the water tomorrow.
And you're going to have a lot of competitors back there in the pits who will be willing to give you a helping hand wherever you need it.
Oh, absolutely. I can't thank my competitors enough. I mean, that's why I said before, I love this class because everybody's willing to jump in and help any way they can. So, thanks.
Absolutely. Well, hey, you know what? You got those solid anti-gravity batteries. You'll get those things dusted off, get some patching done if you need to, get the wiring redone, get that thing fired, and we're just going to see you back out here hopefully tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was the 66, Randy Parch, just involved in that collision with the 21 of Mendana. Out there going down the back straightaway. I'm going to possibly have a chance to chat with the 21 of Mendana as well. He's still actually in the cockpit of that Grand Prix Formula Light with Mike Scott Plumbing on the side as they finally got him to the trailer. Now we're now starting to get boats back lined up on the start pontoon. And we're going to get them, looks like we're Chief Referee Doug Ray just communicating with some of the race teams to ensure right now we've got to readjust our starting grid. Obviously, the 66 of Randy Parch was there in the middle. The 21 of Mendana clearly figured out that issue he was having on the start pontoon in qualifying heat number 1. It looks like, are they trying to get the 21 of Mendana back in the water? I don't know about that. Maybe they're just trying to get it up on the trailer properly. You're going to have to assess. The tricky part about wrecks like that where two boats collide side by side and one kind of goes up onto the other is the coaming board, right? The side wall of the center tunnel, right? There's a lot of structural support and very important components of the boat right there on the side. And when you damage those, right? It can be one of those things where the driver will want to race all day long, but we, from a racing series perspective, will not allow that driver to race due to safety concerns that could potentially be out there for that driver with some of that structural damage that could have occurred. Now, it looks like the 21 of Mendana might be out of the boat now, and boy, he doesn't look too happy in that bright blaze orange Lifeline race suit with those sharks, Mike Scott Plumbing crew tees underneath. And boy, I know that the 21 of Mendana is a passionate driver. He cares a lot. It comes out sometimes. He'll probably tell you maybe not necessarily always the best sometimes, but it looks like, and his teammate, the 26 of Steve Lee, putting the boat back on the trailer as well. Looks like the issues for the Mike Scott Plumbing team continue here on Saturday's qualifying in Formula Lights, as the 26 of Steve Lee's putting it on the trailer. The 21 of Mendana is already out of the water, out of the boat, and taking that thing back to the pits as well to assess the damage and see what they can do, as they've got one more qualifying heat tomorrow before the main event tomorrow afternoon here in Formula Lights. All right, well, we're getting the Formula Lights back onto the start pontoon, but boy, what an opening it was there to Formula Lights. The 66 of Randy Parch and the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. just past the commitment buoy as they were making their way down the back straightaway, all the way down to turns 3 and 4 on the larger Formula One course. And here we go. Let's take a look at that. He drops that flag. There's one. There's flag 2. Oh, looks like, oh no, we just turned around there. Here we go. Here's that replay again. So it looks like the 21 of Mendana was on the outside. Now, I don't know if he didn't see the 66 of Parch or if he just tried to move over, caught a roller, and that boat hooked itself into the 66 of Parch. I'd like to think that the second is more probable than the first. Mendana is an absolute professional in a Formula Light boat. He's been racing tunnel boats for a very long time. He's a fantastic driver. He's smart. He's a safe driver. But racing incidents happen to everybody. Like we saw earlier today in the Formula One class, the 93 of RJ West went over. That doesn't happen for RJ West, and it happened to him today. So anything can happen on any day, no matter how experienced, how good, how lucky of a driver you might be. Sometimes you are still subject to a racing incident that you just can't control. Looks like we're going to go to a rolling start here for the restart here in the Formula Lights class. So this is something that we do for a couple of reasons. One, it saves time. Well, maybe there's just one reason. It saves time, right? We're on a schedule. We want to make sure that we keep you guys entertained and engaged with all of our racing. And so instead of taking another 15 minutes to line all these Formula Lights back up here in qualifying, we might do that in the final. But here, we're doing a rolling start. So that much like the tri-hulls, they're going to go 2 by 2 following our pace jet ski. That's jet ski Jared out there, part of the sport rescue team. And I'm excited. We got a GoPro on him this time. So hopefully we're going to get some good footage for our TV show. Don't forget, we have a produced television show that'll be coming up here from round 1 later on this summer. We're going to have produced television shows for all of our races here in 2025. There you see the drivers are starting to get lined up 2 by 2. Now they're way back there, and it looks like they are pretty good at understanding this. So no change to order, minus those moving up to replace Parch and Mendana in the starting order. They're 2 by 2 on the inside. It's McCauley. On the outside, it's the 17 of Hughes. He drops the green flag, and we're back underway here in qualifying heat number 2. The 17 of Hughes is going to go wide to the outside. Then this is 78 of Gildermaster, the 60 of Bobalik, and here comes the 2 of Travis Thompson as they go down into turn number 1. The 42 of McCauley keeping that inside line and holding the 17 of Chris Hughes at bay. And then it's the 78 of Gildermaster trying to hold off the hard-charging number 2 of Travis Thompson, who's looking to run him wide to the outside. There's our leader, the 42 of Hans McCauley. Behind him, the 17 of Chris Hughes. Then we got a whole bunch of them coming out of Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, they're all over each other. And the man coming from the back of the pack and making the move early is the 69 of Peterson. But we go down into that turn. Let's see what's going to happen. Great job there as they were able to hold their lines. But it is all Hans McCauley. He clearly got it figured out in between qualifying heat number 1 and 2. And that 42 machine is boogieing down here on the shores of the Neches River. The man from Vienna, Austria, used to live here in Houston as a dual citizen, both American and Austrian citizen. His father is an Austrian national. He spent a lot of time here in Houston, a fantastic engine builder and engine guru, really. Oh, look out, Chris Hughes. He got it way wild. We missed that on the live stream as we were following McCauley, but Hughes duking it out with Thompson. Now let's see what happens here as the 2 of Travis Thompson looks to overtake the 17 of Chris Hughes. Hughes down tight to the inside. The 2 of Travis Thompson wide to the outside as they go through turn number 4. Hughes trying to press him out to the outer course markers, forcing the 2 of Travis Thompson to go way wide to the outside. This Seaway Marine Formula Lights class is a doozy here in 25. Tight to the inside now. There's the 17 of Thompson. Excuse me, the 17 of Hughes, but now here comes the 2 of Travis Thompson wide to the outside. 75, 80, 85 miles an hour as they max out down the back straightaway. Can he shut the door on the 17 of Hughes? Ooh, he leaves him a lane as he holds lane 2. Now he gets down and is going to pinch off the 17 of Chris Hughes, and maybe he'll be able to outrun him coming down the straightaway. Yes, he will, ladies and gentlemen, moving up into second place. What a great run there by the 2 of Travis Thompson. But can anybody catch the number 42 of Hans McCauley, who found that clean water, was able to clear of all the carnage in the opening start to this Formula Lights qualifying heat number 2, and use that rolling start to his advantage, getting out early at the first movement of green flag by our chief referee, Doug Ray. And now he's strolling down the front stretch as we've got 3 minutes, 20 seconds plus 1 lap. Can the 2 of Travis Thompson do what he wants to do here as we see the 69 of Jared Wallach now move up into 5th position? He started 3rd to last off the start pontoon. And how about the 35 of Mark Schmierbach? He's still sitting in 8th position. Wow, that just shows you how important clean water can be, and making sure you find yourself to the front of the start pontoon come our main event tomorrow afternoon. The 2 of Thompson continues to push. There's the 17 of Hughes. Now look at this. We got a 3-boat battle for that 4th position. Gildermaster still hanging up in 4th. And now here comes the 69 of the 69 of Jared Wallach, who was able to get by the 77 of Daniel Trosen, but they're battling so hard. Now here comes the 12 of Trident Schleicher. We've got 4 boats battling for 4th through 8th here in this second qualifying heat in Formula Lights. Who's going to come out on top of this 4-boat group? The 78 of Gildermaster doing a great job of just forcing the 69 of Wallach wide to the outside. Both those are Molagard Danish-built composite boats as they go slugging it out down the back straightaway. Now the 12 of Trident Schleicher gets by the 77 of Trosen. He seems to be struggling here in heat number 2 after a fantastic run that put him in the top 3 in qualifying heat number 1. As we go back to our leader, the 42 of Hans McCauley, as the 42 of McCauley keeps continuing to look in the rear view mirrors, I'm curious if they will have to get, if he will catch the 60 of Brandon Bobalik, who with this rougher water has maybe backed off a little bit after having a front seat view for that wreck between the 21 of Mendana and the 66 of Parch. But our leader, the 42 of Hans McCauley, in between turns 3 and 4, now off of 4. Pushing it way wide to the outside. Notice the 2 of Travis Thompson went right through the wash there. That's the kind of stuff that Hans McCauley is trying to do every single lap. He wants to put the number 2 of Travis Thompson in his wash as much as humanly possible down every single straightaway. Because if he can do that here with just 1 minute plus 1 lap, so probably about 2-3 more laps, maybe 4 at the most, I don't know if the 2 of Thompson's going to have enough time to catch the young driver from Vienna, Austria, as he comes out of turn number 4. Thompson has been closing the gap, now 1.2 seconds. It was as much as 3 seconds earlier on here in this qualifying heat, but they are fighting it hard and pushing down the backstretch. As we jump off of our leader, the 42 of Hans McCauley, now going down into turn number 3. We got a battle going between the 17 of Hughes the 69 of Wallach, and now here comes the 12 of Schleicher as they fight for that final spot on the podium. White flag is out. Go fast, turn left. Just 4 more times to the young man out of Austria, trying to go wire to wire here in qualifying heat number 2. He had a rough heat 1, but heat 2 is looking a lot better for the man from Vienna. Now here comes the 69 of Wallach. He's on the outside. Can he catch the 17 of Hughes here on the final lap? There we go. As the 42 of Hans Macaulay comes out of turn number 3, now puts it tight off at turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner in qualifying heat number 2 out of Vienna, Austria, number 42, Hans Macaulay. In second, what a great run is the 2 of Travis Thompson. And here's the battle for third. On the inside, it's Hughes. On the outside, it's Peterson. And it's Hughes by a nose. Ooh, wait, what happened? I got to find out. It could have been Hughes. It could have been Peterson. It was a photo finish for third. The 17 of Chris Hughes hangs on by a thumbnail at the finish line to finish in third. What a great run by the 17 of Chris Hughes. And what a move up the leaderboard for the 69 of Jared Wallach. That young driver might just find himself in the catbird seat points-wise here through qualifying. All right, let's take a look at the rest of the field here in this 12-lap qualifying heat. In fourth position with a great run, like I just mentioned, was the 69 of Jared Wallach in that Peterson Racing Latitude Dispensary sponsored machine. In fifth position, battling hard, and was on the outside looking in of that great 3-boat battle on the last 2 laps, was the 12, our reigning champion in Formula Lights, Tridon Schleicher. In sixth position, the 77 of Daniel Trozin. In seventh, the 24 of Shelby Love. And then in 8th, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Oh my Lord, ladies and gentlemen, I was just provided a very big piece of information on the restart, on the opening lap. If you look down the south end of the course, if you look down in turn number 1, you will see the Sport Rescue team replacing a buoy on the outside of turn number 1. That buoy was hit by none other than your Heat 2 winner, the 42 of Hans Macaulay. That means a 1-lap penalty will be assessed on the number 42. So your champion in qualifying Heat number 2 is the number 2 of Travis Thompson. Macaulay's going to get penalized a lap. He'll go from first to worst. That has got to be absolutely devastating for the young driver out of Vienna, Austria. He worked so hard to get that boat back from a pretty rough status earlier today. Had a great run. But he hit a buoy, and unfortunately, he's now going to find himself shuffled back in the pack. The benefactors of this are 2 drivers. One was on the inside looking out. One was on the outside looking in of that podium in heat number 1. And they had an unbelievable photo finish. Let's take a look at that photo finish between the 69 of Jared Wallach and the 17 of Hughes. As they come walking down the front straightaway, look at the power on the 69 just as they cross the start-finish line. We're going to wind that back one more time just to see how close that was. As you can see, that checkered buoy right in the middle of the screen now, 2 to 3 inches on the nose of that Formula Light, the 17 and sexy blue 2 of Chris Hughes. Pulled off the victory with the penalty. He moves up to second. Wallach now moves up to third. And if my math is correct, my Minnesota education math, the 69 of Jared Wallach is 100% the man in charge right now. He's collected the most points through 2 heats, so he's going to go to the back of the dock in heat number 3 tomorrow morning. Man, this is going to be one heck of a Formula Lights main event tomorrow afternoon. If your buddies, your friends, your family, heck, even your arch nemesis, if they aren't here tomorrow with you, they should be. Because you're going to have a jam-packed day of fantastic racing in the Formula Lights class. And coming up next, we've got the Formula Ones back on the water as we wrap up qualifying Saturday here at the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series opening round of 2025, the Port Neches Riverfest. While we get our Formula Ones on the water and get these rest of these Formula Lights back on the trailer, We got to thank our great sponsors here in 2025 on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Seabolt Sports, your high-performance experts since 1939 with 3 generations of champions living the powerboat lifestyle. So if you've got a river racer, if you've got a boat you want to get a little extra juice out of that motor, give Tim Seabold and Seabold Sports a call. They specialize in Formula One powerboats as well as high-performance outboards, working closely with Mercury Racing to provide high-performance parts for the everyday river racer. Find them at SeaboldSports.com or give them a call at 573-216-1817. Moto Marketing Group, accelerating brands for over 35 years. From developing some of the most famous boat and race team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Moto Marketing Group is your one-stop marketing shop for branding, vehicle wraps, websites, photography, print design, and more. Find them online at motomarketinggroup.com. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. For 50 years, VP Racing has been the choice of champions, delivering high-performance racing fuels, lubricants, coolants, and additives to give you the power and performance you need. Whether you're on track, mowing the lawn, or cruising in your boat, VP Racing Fuels looks for victory at every turn. Find VP Racing's champion-winning products at your local retailer or online at vpracingfuels.com. Win every race with VP Racing. All right, JH Performance Boats, a custom, classic, shallow-water bay boat built from scratch. Personalized experience from start to finish, exceptional service and support, unmatched reputation, and close attention to detail with quality construction, expert knowledge, and outstanding performance. Find them on at jhperformanceboats.com, the only choice for your next bay boat. Mercury Racing. Speed meets craftsmanship. Mercury Racing propellers are hand-tuned for top-tier performance and durability. If you're chasing max speed and precision on the water, find your perfect prop at mercuryracing.com. And our title sponsor here for the Formula Lights class, the great folks at Seaway Marine. Since 1957, they have been your one-stop boat motor shop, specializing in both current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts, including new old stock that's very hard to find. They service trusted brands like Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboards, handling OMC, Mercruiser, and Volvo stern drives, and even those hard-to-find parts for your Chris Craft. Their vast inventory, warehoused in Linwood, Washington, ships over 100,000 packages annually, supported by their knowledgeable staff that pride themselves on superior customer service. Contact them for all your marine parts needs, 425-412-4006, or online at seawaymarine.com, your one-stop boat motor shop. All right, and those are our sponsors here in 2025 on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. All right, it looks like we're going to have a moment to chat with a very surprised young driver out of Houston, Texas, the Tua Travis Thompson. I think if that would have been a final and he would have had a handful of more laps, I think we absolutely would have seen the Tua Thompson really give the 42 of Macaulay a run for his money. That is for sure. As it sits, Macaulay gets penalized. He goes to the back of the pack. The Tua Thompson gets up top, and you know what? I mean, I am a big fan of Travis Thompson. He's one of those kids that he comes to work, right? He's not flashy. He's not running his mouth. He's not talking smack. He's putting in the work. He's figuring out the problems. He's analyzing the data, and he's going to work. And for somebody like me who spends a lot of time seeing the ups and downs, the highs, the lows that come with Formula One and Formula Light, tri-hull powerboat racing, it's good to see guys like the Tua Travis Thompson, and he's going to hop here in just a minute and join me as we chat about this victory here in qualifying heat number 2. All right, race fans, joining me now, the man probably a little bit surprised, your winner from qualifying heat number 2, the number 2 of Travis Thompson. So how did it feel when you got the word that McCauley got penalized for hitting a buoy down there?
Definitely a pleasant relief and surprise. We've struggled a little bit so far this weekend, but, it was a nice relief. We know that, in Heat 3, we're going to be starting towards the back again, and I've got all the hard chargers behind me, so I'm not just, oh, God, it's downhill from here, all easy from here, but it felt really good. It felt nice to get up in some clean water, even though I was right behind Hans, but it felt good to be running not in the back.
Yeah, it had to feel good lap over lap as you continued to gain ground on him, because I know you're a veteran here in Formula Lights, and you may have not been able to catch him in a 6-minute plus 1 lap, but I got to feel it gives you a lot of confidence that you probably would have been able to get right on top of him and go to war if you were in the main event.
Yeah, the motor that we've got on the back of the boat this weekend is getting stronger and stronger, and so it's nice to have that feeling of confidence in the motor. And we've sorted out a handful of our gremlins, and we're ready to race now.
Absolutely. Well, I know you've been on the podium here in Port Neches before. I know it'd be nice to bring a big top box on the podium trophy back home to your pregnant wife and your little dude back at home. Got to feel good to be able to possibly bring back some hardware and keep it here in the great state of Texas.
Yes, sir. You'll meet her tomorrow. My 2.5-year-old. She's adorable, and then we've got a new one due in July that we'll welcome him to boat racing as well as soon as possible.
Right on. Well, the Thompson family is growing. There might be some more racing suits in the future, but for right now, this guy gets to go enjoy a victory here in qualifying heat number 2. Congratulations, Travis.
Thanks, Thomas.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the number 2 of Travis Thompson. Formula Lights is done for the day, and what a heck of a day it was. You'll see him and all the rest of our Formula Lights drivers tomorrow, but right now, we got the Formula Ones back on the water to wrap up day 1 here at the 2025 Port Neches Riverfest. Hey, man, you were Hey, Mullet, turn to your right and say hi. Hey, Mullet. That's the 69, a Cole Waring. Brand new boat, brand new outlook. A podium finish in Heat 1. Maybe he'll just be our champion in Tri-Hull. And that's the great thing. The reason I had him point that out is, and called out Mullet, is this is one thing you'll notice. Every team, and even teams that aren't teammates, right? They're competitors in different classes. will share crew to ensure that everybody has enough hands to make sure that all the things they need to do to keep the boat held in place and whatnot are all there. So it's one big family here. I think that's a theme that we've been talking about in tunnel boat racing for as long as I can remember. It's very much felt like a family affair here in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, especially. Look at it right there. There's the 17 of Dylan Anderson and his crew members waiting for him to come in, because the 17 of Anderson is going to start way back after qualifying heat number 1, because he finished so high. But let's take a look at that starting lineup here for qualifying heat number 2, where we flip the script and go first to worst and worst to first here on the start dock before we get ready to rock and roll and wrap up day 1 here at the Port Neches Riverfest. On the pole, after throwing a propeller blade and trying to hang on and kind of stuff, corkscrew, spin out, roll over, whatever you want to call it, on the pole, which is not what anybody else in here wants to see, is the man out of Manteca, California, the 93 of RJ West in that Chuck Skelton racing machine. Second off the start pontoon, he had some gremlins in the motor in heat 1, hoping he had time to get them figured out and dialed in here in heat number 2. He's running for Barry and JH Performance, the number 40 of Austin Cheatham. Third off the start pontoon, out of Ontario, Canada, running for River Sports Recreation, the number 98 of Aiden Benton. Fourth off the start pontoon, in an APX new to him here in 2025, out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, in that all-white Hoffman with Clover Construction and Neches Federal Credit Union on the side, number 24 in that fourth position, Spencer Love. 1/4 of the Outlaw F1 team starts in fifth. That's the JH Performance number 99 of Travis Yates. Then behind him is, right to his right, his teammate Grant Schubert in that number 13, Captain Mark Seafood sponsored machine, followed by another teammate, the 8 of Jeremiah Get Out of My Way Mayo in that Ray Bob seasoning, bright orange and white Hoffman Formula One. In 8th, the 14 of Andrew Tate in that Phenom Ventures machine. Tater looking to make a move here in heat number 2. Your defending champion from 2024 in Formula One, the number 1 of Dustin Terry, the final member of that Outlaw F1 team, starting 9th. Then the 92 of Dean Comer, who had a fantastic run in the opening heat, finishing in 3rd. Figured, hey, my teammate went over. I got to pick up the slack for the team. I'm going to lay the hammer down. And he did just that all the way to a 3rd place finish, now starting 10th off the start pontoon. In 11th, the man from Nashville, Tennessee, trying to make 2025 his Cinderella season as he hunts for the best start to the season and try to secure a championship in 2025. In 11th, here in heat number 2 off the start dock, number 17, Dylan Anderson. And rounding out the field, the man that went wire to wire in heat 1, drove that thing like he stole it out of the parking lot. Last off the start pontoon, coming in 12th, number 52, Chris, the real deal, Rinker. All right, and that sets our grid here for the main event and the final race of Saturday here at the 2025 Port Neches Riverfest. Who's going to come out on top? Will the 52 of Chris Fairchild, or 52 of Chris Rinker, the 52 of Chris Rinker, come off from last off the dock and wheel everybody and find himself on the podium? Or will the 1 of Dustin Terry get some good points here? Could the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo get those motor gremlins figured out after a rough finish in Q1? Can he do it here in Q2? Or will the 13 of Grant Schubert rise to the top of the Outlaw F1 team here in Heat 2? Waiting for Chief Referee Doug Ray to ensure that all these drivers are properly lined up. The spacing is correct. Looking to the rest of the referee crew, getting the thumbs up. And here we go, coming up on the 1-minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Will the 93 of RJ West does what he normally does from pole and run this thing wire to wire? We'll have to wait and see what happens. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Austin Cheatham back in 2025. Wife and son in tow. Coming second off the dock. Can he figure it out here in T2? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will it be the 98 of Aiden Benton? grabbing the podium here in heat number 2. Or could it be the 24 of Spencer Love? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. As we go further back, we've got all those top competitors from heat 1. Who's going to win here in heat 2? Let's figure out what Sunday's going to look like. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag. A great jump there by the 98 of Aiden Benton and the 24 of Spencer Love. And, of course, the 93 of RJ West way out in front. Now here comes the top 2 boats. The second flag here in this heat. Because we have so many boats running in these qualifying heats, we run them on 2 flags. But the 93 of RJ West, after going over in heat 1, is now cruising. Oh, look out, Aiden Benton hops through the wake of the 24 of Spencer Love and almost went over there in the opening turn. And here comes the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Where did he come from? He started 7th, and he's all the way up to 2nd. He is driving that thing like a maniac out here on the shores of the Neches River. As that overhead shot we see there on the outside, it's the 14. Oh, no, we got a wreck between the 98 of Benton and the 13 of Grant Schubert down in turn number 1 and 2 on the south end of the course. I didn't see what happened down there, but it looks like they may have spun out together, and it looks like the 98 of Benton, did he taking on some water? Possibly he's going to get that thing back to the trailer. Hopefully we can get a trailer in the water for the 98 of Aiden Benton in case that driver is taking on water. Boy, I don't know what happened down there, but the 13 of Grant Schubert sitting dead in the water just outside of turn number 2. And that's got to be frustrating for the young driver from Richmond, Texas, in that Captain Mark's machine, as he was fighting hard with the 98 of Aiden Benton after Benton almost went over down in turn 1. They got together, and Benton and his team assessing what happened down there between him and the number 13 of Grant Schubert. Aiden giving some direction. There's the 99 of Travis Yates and the 14 of Andrew Tate sitting there, but it looks like the 98 of Aiden Benton might be okay. He's going to bring that thing possibly to, no, he's bringing it to the trailer. The 98 of Benton's getting his trailer back in. They're going to have to assess. There might be some damage on the back of that Formula One machine from the driver out of Ontario, Canada. All right, and it looks like trying to see if we had a replay of what happened down there, but weren't able to get some footage as we were on the opening lap and we were following the top 3 or 4 boats as they were really starting to go work hard against one another. All right, it looks like that was just getting word from CEO Tim Siebold on obviously his decades of experiences. We had 3 boats go down into turns 1 and 2. The 92 of Dean Comer was out in front with trailing tightly was the 13 of Schubert and the 98 of Benton. And unfortunately, you have that domino effect, right? So the 92 of Comer pressed in because he was allowed to. He had overlap. He did nothing wrong. But the 13 of Grant Schubert had to react to essentially that lane being closed by the driver who had overlap and was allowed to do that. When he backed off and moved in, well, then he left no room for the 98 of Benton. And I think, potentially was so focused on making sure that he didn't make contact with the 92 of Dean Comer that he didn't see or realize how tight and close the 98 of Benton was on the back of his back left hip going into that corner. Now, it looks like the 98 of Benton may have pulled the boat up out of the water already. He may be done. It looks like the 13 of Grant Schubert looks like he's going to have to assess some damage. He lost the rear cowling on that Captain Mark's machine, and he's getting towed in. They're going to have a long night assessing what happened with that boat and if they can get that thing back running. But a lot of points lost. Got to be frustrating for the young driver out of Richmond, Texas. And it looks like I just got word from Chief Referee Doug Ray and head scorer Lindsey Matthews that we will be doing a rolling start here again for this restart in qualifying heat number 2. We're getting towards the end of the day. I know all you great folks have got to go on all the fun carnival rides. You've got a great concert going on tonight, brought by Classic Chevrolet here, as it is every Saturday night. It's popping at the Riverfest every Saturday, first weekend in May. It's always a great time on a Saturday night here, right on the Neches River. We're going to have a great night. We got rained out last night. The whole entire Riverfest was canceled last night due to some pretty torrential downpour. What's amazing to me is how well the ground just soaks up all the water. You'd think, being basically at sea level, we would have had a lot of puddling and a lot of standing water, because we got inches of rain here last night. I mean, it rained hard. Those of you from the Midwest, the Northeast, right? You maybe not out west, maybe not so much, but we understand that heavy rain. Well, they get that down here, that heavy rain, and it came down for like 5 hours. It wasn't the worst I'd ever seen, but it definitely wasn't a light sprinkle. But so glad that it happened yesterday, because today and tomorrow, it's like this. Tomorrow is going to be exactly like today. What a fantastic day we're going to have. Weather-wise, both today and tomorrow, we're going to wrap things up and put a bow on round 1 tomorrow. But right now, we got to get through this second qualifying heat. Boy, these guys sure like to get together on the opening lap here on Saturday. I guess some of them don't want to race in the finals on Sunday. They figure this will be their final here on Saturday. We've had wrecks on the opening lap of the first tri-hull heat. We had some issues of a couple of boats getting together. The second qualifying heat in Formula Lights, and now the second qualifying heat in Formula One. All right, it looks like we've got some of these drivers here just kind of hanging out on the start dock, getting ready for this 2x2 as we rolling restart, just because they've got to understand where I line up. These guys are used to modified Le Mans, and so they have to understand who's in front of me, who's to my right or left, and who's behind me. Those 3 coordinates helps them understand exactly where they got to fall into the lineup. So they're coming back here, chatting with their race teams, getting some more strategy, giving feedback to their spotters and to their radio people to help them understand what's going on out there as they get in this 2x2 rolling restart. All right, and it looks like we're just waiting for Jet Ski Jared to make his way back out onto the course and get him running, as he's going to lead him down the backstretch. And we're going to do just like we did in Formula Lights, just like we do on Tri-Hull. 2x2, staggered rolling start. They're going to go all the way around the course. When they come all the way back to in front of the judges' stand and the start-finish line, where I'm at right now, you're going to see Jet Ski Jared, great member of our sport rescue team. He's going to go pulling off the course at that pace jet ski, and then things are going to be turned over to Chief Referee Doug Ray. All right, sorry about that. Making sure we can get the great views that you expect from the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series here on this restart. There is the 40 of Austin Cheatham. He's the benefactor of some attrition here in qualifying heat number 2, hoping to work and get the gremlins out. Alrighty. Hey, Rinkers. Hey, I need everybody on the start pontoon to get down. I need everybody on the start pontoon to sit down, please. Yep. All right, as we see there, they're going 2x2 down the back straightaway on the inside of row 1 where he started on the pole, the 93 of RJ West. On his outside hip is the number 40 of Austin Cheatham. Inside of row 2, that's the 24 of Spencer Love and that Clover construction machine. On the outside of row 2, the 99 of Travis Yates. Then it's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Because we didn't finish a lap, he still has to start 7th. Now he's obviously going to move up after the collision, but watch out for that bright orange and white number 8. And the rest of the field here as they walk down, Jet Ski Jared pulls off. We drop the green flag and we're underway. As they come running down the front stretch, there goes the 93 of RJ West. And the 8 of Mayo is already up into it, trying to get inside the 24 of Spencer Love. As we go down into turn number 1, Love gets doused down by the 40 of Austin Cheatham. And here comes Tater, the 14 of Andrew Tate. Looking to go wide to the outside of that DAC with the 4-stroke APX on the back. And then the 17 of Anderson, the 52 of Rinker, and the 8 of Mayo wadding up. Oh, look out there down in the hook. And, of course, we got a big player down on our turn number 4. Looks like a big old barrel roll down there. I don't see who that was. Looks like it might have been the 24 of Spencer Love or possibly, I can't even tell. It's so far away. All right, it looks like we might have a replay of that coming up here in just a moment. But let's make sure that the driver is safe as our rescue crew gets down there to the north end of the course, as they are absolutely boogieing down there to try to check on our driver and make sure he is okay. Trying to find out who the driver was that was in the incident. Trying to find out who the driver was. There's such a spray coming from my vantage point. And it looks like the 14 of Andrew Tate came in hot and couldn't control that big, heavy apex on the back of that DAC, and he snapped it hard down in there into turn number 3 and 4. Hopefully he's okay. Looks like we're trying to get word if he's out of the boat yet. I can't see where he's at. It looks like the 92 of Dean Comer is in the way. We've got the rescue crews all on top of everything, and they're continuing to work hard to get that driver out of there. Driver's out, driver's okay. Driver's out, driver's okay. Boy, the 14 of Andrew Tate. Let me hear you put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. All we really care about, boats can be rebuilt, motors can be rebuilt, humans, a little tougher. So glad to hear that the 14 of Andrew Tate is okay. We'll hopefully have a chance to chat with him later, but hey, man, this is what happens at the beginning of the year. You've had some time off, you did some testing, but you didn't necessarily do it with other competitors, you see, and that's where it becomes tricky. I think the 14 of Andrew Tate could have been a benefactor of some preseason test and tune in Freeport, Texas last weekend. He was not able to make it, but thankfully our great rescue team was right there on it to make sure that he was okay. Now joining me up here while we have this stoppage, I'm going to have a chance to chat with another driver who got into a wreck here in the Formula One heat number 2, the number 13 of Grant Schubert. Find out what happened and get some insight from him as a driver on what caused this wreck with the 14 of Andrew Tate. All right, Grant. Well, welcome here. I mean, obviously you never want to be talking to me during the middle of a Formula One qualifying heat. Sounds like it was one of those domino effect chain of events down there between 1 and 2, between you, Comer, and then you and Benton ended up getting together. What happened?
When the guy up front, nothing against Dean Comer. He did everything he had the right to do. He did everything correctly. We just went into a turn. I slowed down to go in the one lane on the inside, and it's just racing, That stuff happens.
Man, it happens, right? It's that domino effect. He pinches you because he can. You have to pinch Benton because you have nowhere to go, and then Benton ends up with probably not a whole lot of room left between him and the buoys. What's the damage like on the Captain Marks number 13?
Right now, just looking like a steering cable, so we should be good to go tomorrow as long as we get out there and find one. We're going to get back. We're going to go check on Benton, make sure his boat's okay. I want to make sure I get that thing right and get him back on the water.
Yeah, man, absolutely. And that's a great thing, right? I mean, that's what happens. It's weird that if you talk to a guy in NASCAR, there's no way the first thing he would tell me is, hey, man, I got to get over to my competitor and make sure I help him get his boat back on the water because you guys got into a collision. You both know it was a racing incident, but it's got to be frustrating nonetheless.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it happens, though.
All right, well, now I want to help get your insight a little bit. Let's take a look at what happened down there on the restart. The 14 of Andrew Tate, I don't know if you caught it from the shoreline as you were still assessing your boat, but he was absolutely screaming down the back straightaway. Here comes the 93 of RJ West. He was out in front, but we saw Andrew Tate really catching up a lot of steam. We could see how rough it is down there, and he just came in way too hot down there. Talk to me about the attitude that APX 4-stroke can change the boat, because it looked like that heavy motor just kind of swept the back end around, coming in way too hot into turn 3.
You could tell when RJ was going in, there's a pretty big roller right there by the way his boat skipped up and went out a little bit, and I guess Tate just didn't see it and went halfway through the turn, caught that roller, just picks the nose of the boat up, and the APX does the rest of the work of getting it over.
Here's another angle, taking a look at that from down the inside as he's he clipped the buoy, or it looks like that might have been Spencer Love clipping the buoy, trying to avoid the 14 of Andrew Tate, because, man, he was coming in there super hot. Let's talk about that, right? That's obviously a tactic to make up ground where you kind of drive through the corner, set way past the buoy, and then come around. That looked like, to me, what he was trying to do, but clearly this looks like it's the potential end result when you take a risky move like that.
Oh, yeah, trying to keep up speed on the outside. Sometimes you just hit those wicked rollers, and it just kicks him up and tosses him out.
Well, as we've seen already, the APX has shown it can come back quite well. The 93 of RJ West doused that motor in qualifying Heat 1. Well, he's now out in front and running like a rocket. Obviously, you might have gotten a little water in yours. Your motor will probably be fine. We saw the one of Dustin Terry in the test and tune get that motor back and healthy. No surprise if we probably see the 14 of Andrew Tate, as long as there's not any damage on that DAC. But we all know Guido Cappellini builds a boat that you can get into a wreck or two in, right?
Oh, yeah.
So hopefully the boat's okay, the driver's okay. I know you guys got a long night ahead of you. It looks like there's going to be a lot of teams that got a long night ahead of them. I have a feeling the resin and fiberglass will be aplenty in the pits here at the opening round of 2025. But I appreciate you for taking a few minutes, man. I'll let you get back and hang with the team and try to enjoy the rest of the Formula One Heat 2 qualifying since you're on the shore. But I appreciate the time, man.
All right, thank you.
All right, that was the 13 of Grant Schubert. Not happy, but at least giving me some insight on what the heck went on out there with the 14 of Andrew Tate. Man, he's got to be frustrated with himself. This may be one of those things that he's still got to learn. It's that new skill that might be just a little bit harder to cultivate in the other forms of racing. Now, for those of you who don't know Andrew Tate races in 4 different disciplines in the APBA. The APBA, the American Powerboat Association. I know that Andrew has run stock outboard. Stock outboards are small. The boats maybe weigh a couple 100 pounds. They can get a little heavier when you get into some of the larger classes that have larger motors, but these, each boat motor weighs hundreds of pounds, 300-400 pounds. But they're a very fun class. They use almost like a skid fin to turn the boat, so it kind of holds the boat into the water from the outside. He does this also in Grand Prix hydroplane racing as well as unlimited hydroplane racing, all utilizing a very heavy-duty and tied to the structure of the boat skid fin to help that boat turn around the corner. You will also see that the turning radius on a Grand Prix, on an unlimited hydroplane, or on a stock outboard is not near the turning capabilities of a Formula One. And so I think when you get into racing mode, a lot of times the goal is to remove your brain from the equation. And this is something that I've told myself since my days playing college football. And it's not a bad thing, right? But the goal is to react, not to think and then react. And sometimes when you go into that, that reaction mode, right? Where have I gained most of my knowledge from? Well, for Andrew Tate, he is new to the tunnel boat racing world, so that's not where he gained a lot of his knowledge and comfort in the corners and in turning these boats. It's just not something that's really, it's new to him. So he's having to learn it. Obviously, he knew he was strolling. He wanted to collect some good points. That competitive nature that lives inside all of these drivers came bubbling up to the top, and for a split second, he laid into the gas for just 1 second longer than he should have. He didn't back off, or he trimmed it too hard. There's numerous things that could have caused it, but unfortunate nonetheless for the driver out of Michigan, running for Phenom Ventures, who's going to have, now they're going to have a much longer night probably than they expected, drying out that motor, inspecting the structural integrity of the hull, and ensuring that they can get back out on the water. Well, you see, not to mention that, there's a few $100s that have been wasted by drivers every time they punch a buoy. $100 is donated to the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series as a fine for popping said buoy. So we appreciate their donations. They don't necessarily as much. So we're going to go back to another rolling start. We're going to try to do this again. Boy, the attrition is high here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series opening round in 2025. We started with 12. We're down to 8 or 9. Well, we've lost 4. 3. So we lost 3. So we're down to 9. A tighter field here in 2025. We'd like to see higher numbers. I think, the changing of the guard, much like you saw in motocross, where you saw numbers adjust because the old guard, in our world, that's the 2.5 Merc 2-stroke. There's a lot of folks that have invested a lot of money and time and equipment in that motor package. And the APX 250 V8 4-stroke is a force to be reckoned with. It is not going anywhere. It is here to stay, and it is highly competitive. And that's a hard pill to swallow for some folks that have invested a lot of money. Rightfully so. It's hard. And we would love to see more drivers like the 52 of Chris Rinker who can show you, hey, man, I have a 2-stroke. I'm just fine. I have no worries with these guys. I can go toe-to-toe with them in my 2-stroke. I got a lighter boat. I can turn better. Stuff like what just happened to Andrew Tate is a much lower probability in a 2-stroke versus a 4-stroke. Trying to see if I can catch the 14 of Andrew Tate. He probably doesn't want to talk right now as his team is assessing the damage. And we're ready to rock and roll here for the finale of qualifying heat number 2 here at the Port Neches Riverfest 2025, the opening round of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Let's see what's going to happen here. As again, same starting order as before. The only difference now is the 52 of Chris Rinker and the 17 of Dylan Anderson are a lot closer to the 93 of RJ West than they started off here in qualifying heat number 2. As they're all bunching up there to get into their 2x2 rotation. There you see the 24 of Spencer Love, who clipped the buoy there. I don't know if he's going to be assessed a 1-lap penalty. The 24 of Spencer Love, I don't know, again, I'm not a rules expert. I try to know the rules the best I can, but unique things like a guy in the middle of crashing on my outside hip may cause me to cut harder into the corner to avoid collision. So I don't know if he will be assessed that 1-lap penalty or if that won't be applied due to the wreck being caused by another driver. But we've got them lined up 2x2 to wrap things up here. Let's take a look. Again, the 93 of RJ West on the inside of row 1. And the green flag. Here we go. The 40 of Austin Cheatham on the outside. Great jump there by the 24 of Spencer Love. And the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Here comes our defending champion, the 1 of Dustin Terry. As all these drivers go 4 and 5 wide down to the corner, except for RJ West. He is just walking away from him here, ensuring that he gets the points he needs to be in the conversation for the top spot on the starting grid tomorrow. as he goes through number 3, now off of 4. It's real rough down there at the north end of the course. Everybody taking it a little extra caution, going out of turns 3 and 4. But it is all RJ West right now. And then behind him, the 1 of Dustin Terry, he's already up into 2nd. Here comes the 8 of Mayo in 3rd, the 17 of Dylan Anderson in 4th, and the 52 of Chris Rinker in 5th. Then it's the 24 of Spencer Love, the 92 of Dean Coleman, the 99 of Travis Yates, and the 40 of Austin Cheatham. But there's that battle between the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo and the 17 of Dylan Anderson. They're sitting in 3rd and 4th. And now here comes the 52 of Chris Rinker. They're going to go 3 up down into turn number 3. The 8 of Mayo tight to the inside. The 17 of Dylan Anderson sweeping it wide to the outside as they both try to track down the number 1 of Dustin Terry, who's sitting in 2nd now, less than 1 week after blowing over that championship-winning hull in a preseason test and tune after a seatbelt malfunction down the back straightaway. He's now trying to get some of that confidence back and trying to push hard. But it is all RJ West right now, and this is a man, when you put him this far out in front, it becomes a leisurely stroll in the park. Oh, look out there. Jeremiah Mayo almost got together with the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Anderson had to back off and duck underneath. And he's pushing hard as those two drivers, both running Hoffman composites with 2.5-liter V6 Mercury 2-strokes on the back. And then there's the 52 of Chris Rinker. And I think Rinker realizes, like, hey, I got enough points from heat number 1. RJ wrecked. Look out there, Mayo. He's got it dancing. That just shows you how rough and windy it is on the backstretch. He had to back way off coming into turn 3, so he didn't end up like the 14 of Andrew Tate. There's the 17 of Anderson. Now we go back to our leader, the 93 of RJ West. It looks like the 40 of Austin Cheatham. The problems continue for the young driver. Out of Waller, Texas, as he moves off to the outside, letting the 93 cruise by, as we got 4 minutes, 26 seconds plus 1 lap remaining here in this second qualifying heat. Again, RJ West, you ask yourself, why is he not just taking it easy and laying it off? Well, one, it's not in his DNA. Attention Riverfest, attention Riverfest. There is a drone in restricted airspace. You need to land your drone now. Attention Riverfest. If you have a drone, you will have your drone confiscated by the Port Neches police. I do apologize, race fans. I had to make an announcement over the local PA here. We have restricted FAA airspace for our professional drone pilots to give you the fantastic drone shots that we have all weekend long. And we had some unauthorized drones running in conjunction with our drone drivers, and that can cause quite the safety concern. There's the 52 of Chris, the real deal Rinker. Now he's still hanging out there in 3rd place, but boy, you know who's really fallen off the pace is the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's now shuffled back behind the 52 of Rinker. So Rinker's now really in the catbird seat because he knows that as long as he hangs on. Oh, look out, we lost a rear cowling there off the 92. The 93 of RJ West. That rear cowling came flying off down the front straightaway as he was absolutely screaming. Now gets behind the 99 of Travis Yates and pulls him coming out of turn number 2. Now this is an interesting dynamic because a couple of things can happen here, right? Depending on how your boat is and what your setup is, we might see the 93 of RJ West actually go faster, and here's why. On the front of that APX, you'll see a big opening. That's called the horn, and that's the air intake, right? With the cowling on, air is delivered to the intake of that motor. With the cowling off, that motor is just gobbling up as much air as it can. We see this happen in Formula Lights. I remember, hey, Carlos Mendana, if you're out there watching, I remember Carlos Mendana, Bay City, Michigan, Formula Lights. His cowling blew off after he bumped together with another boat. It just came loose and flew off, and he walked away with the final after the cowling went off. Now, there's always a risk that you're going to get water in the motor, but take a look at this instant replay. He goes through the wash, and as he comes outside the wash, he's just rolling down the front straightaway. You can see it, and whoosh, the wind just absolutely lifts it right up off. Now, these have clips, but they're not heavy-duty clips. You don't want that extra weight. And it came flying off. Thankfully, Jet Ski Jared grabbed it, and the Great Sport Rescue Team has saved another driver from a $1,000 mistake out on the water. 140 remaining plus 1 lap here in this second qualifying heat. RJ West walking away with it right now. Dustin Terry is hanging on The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo starting to close him. He's figured out that motor after an ugly Heat 1. And Rinker up into 4th after a wire-to-wire win in qualifying Heat number 1. Things finish the way they are, I believe you'll see the 52 of Rinker last off the start pontoon in our 3rd and final qualifying heat tomorrow morning, as he will have the most points collected through a couple of rounds. As they continue to push, the 1 of Terry sees that bright orange and white in his rear view. He knows that the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, just because we're teammates, doesn't mean I'm going to take it easy on you. They've got 4 drivers on that Formula One team over at Outlaw, and every single one of them will tell you, oh man, I'll do everything within the rules to beat my teammates. Honestly, I want to beat my teammates more than I want to beat anybody else out there, because they have this very stern belief that the Outlaw F1 team is the best team out there. And oh no, RJ Westco's dead in the water. RJ Westco's dead in the water down to the north end of the course. Oh my Lord. It looks like the water gremlins inside that APX from the barrel roll might have reared their ugly head. And ladies and gentlemen, just like he finished the 2024 season, the man out in front, the man with the number 1 on the side, Dustin Terry, out in front. And now the 52 of Chris Rinker is up into 3rd position here in qualifying heat number 2. I'm worried that cowling came off, and we talked about you can risk getting some water in there. And the APX, because it's run by a computer, as you see him dead in the water as our leader, the 1 of Terry flies by. There's the 8 of Mayo, and then the 52 of Chris Rinker just screaming down the front stretch. If you get water in the APX motor, the computer will tell it to shut itself off. It's a preservation technique, if you will, right? That's one of the downsides. A 2-stroke motor gets a little wet, that thing will keep firing cylinders and trying to run until it melts all over itself. But the computer and the intelligence, which provides the stability, and here comes the white flag out, go fast, turn left just 4 more times. Can the 8 of Mayo? Oh, that's a checkered flag. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Taking qualifying heat number 2 here in Formula One, the number 1 of Dustin Terry. In second, 1.247 seconds behind him, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, and then just under half a second behind the 8 of Mayo, the 52 of Rinker. In 4th is Anderson, 5th Love, 6th the 92 of Dean Comer, 7th 99 of Travis Yates, 8th the 99 of RJ West, which will actually should shuffle him back down to 9th because Cheatham will continue to finish the race. And then the 88 of Aiden Benton, the 14 of Andrew Tate, the 98 of Aiden Benton, and the 13 of Grant Schubert rounds it out. But boy, what an exciting day of qualifying here. It was here at the Port Neches Riverfest. We had side-by-side wrecks. We had blowovers. We had barrel rolls. We had it all here on the Neches River. What else could you expect from the best race site we have year in and year out? And here for the 24th running of the Port Neches Riverfest, we look forward to bringing you a jam-packed Sunday full of amazing racing action. But for now, enjoy the rest of the festivities, the concerts, the food, the rides, the carnival. Have a great time with your friends. Have a great time with your family. And we'll be back here tomorrow morning for more racing here at the opening round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. I'm going to wrap things up because I know the Outlaw F1 team's got some work to do along with the rest of the drivers. Thank you so much, fans, for joining us on a fantastic Saturday afternoon of unbelievable racing here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We'll be back tomorrow with more racing. Be safe, have a great night, and we'll see you on Sunday.